Do it.
Yeah.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call to order the joint meeting of the Board of Investments and the Board of Retirement, also known as Day 2 of the Board Offsite here in Long Beach. Start out by Pledge of Allegiance. So would you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Chair Robbins. This meeting is being held virtually and in person, so I will do a roll call of the trustees to confirm attendance. From the Board of Retirement, Mr. Green,
Present.
Mr. Harris,
Present.
Ms. Fessler,
Here.
Mr. Rue, Mr. Moore,
Here.
Ms. Ginsburg,
Here.
Ms. Proft,
Here.
Ms. Langton.
Here.
Mr. Keogh is present. Chair Robbins,
I'm present.
Mr. Oakham and Mr. Raza will not be joining us today. From the Board of Investments, Ms. Mee is joining us as well. Staff participating in the meeting include Deputy CEO Louis Lugo, Assistant Executive Officers JJ Popowich and Laura Guglielmo, Chief Counsel Stephen Rice, Senior Staff Counsel Jean Kim, Retiree Healthcare Director Cassandra Smith, Assistant RHC Manager Leilani Ignacio, Senior Retirement Benefits Specialist Tiona Fredericks and Letha Williams-Martin, Amy Dunn, Deborah Donaldson, Daljit Joel from Siegel Consulting, and Lynn Chilton from CVS Health are also participating in today's meeting. Trustees participating in person, please push the button on the bottom right of your mic to speak and push again to mute. For those staying at the hotel, please check out of your room during lunch today. If you came for the day, please see me for validation. And the Wi-Fi password for today is under the Westin Long Beach Conference. And the password is LACERA25, all lowercase. Password is LACERA25, all lowercase. At this time, we ask all meeting participants to mute their mics until you are ready to speak. And now we may proceed with the agenda. In regards to AB 2449, we do not have any requests, and we do not have any requests for public comment.
Thank you very much, Bonnie. And with this, today is Retiree Healthcare Day. I will turn this over to Louis. Thank you, Louis.
Good morning, Chair Robbins. Good morning, trustees, LACERA team members, business partners. Welcome to day 2 of the offsite. Just briefly, yesterday, again, appreciate everyone's participation. I know we got into a deep dive operationally in terms of LACERA's overall operations and administrative strategic efforts. So again, appreciate the engagement, the preparation that went into yesterday's presentations. As Chair Robbins stated, today is going to be a dose of retiree healthcare. We talk about the pension side being important for our members, but when they retire, one of the most important decisions is their retiree health care. So today we're going to walk through in the morning. We'll have sessions from our business partners with Siegel on the healthcare landscape. And then in the afternoon, we'll get into some of the operational components around retiree healthcare, both our process as well as the 82 agreement. So with that, help me in welcoming Amy Dunn, Vice President and Senior Consultant with Siegel, and she's going to be presenting Healthcare Landscape Federal Legislation. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me back again this year. It is wonderful to be here and to see everyone today. And just a little about me, I've been with Siegel for about 4 years, but in working with compliance and employee benefits for about 20 years now. And I enjoy it so much because it is never boring, I will tell you that. And this year is no exception. So let's go ahead, and if I could go ahead and get started, and 1 second here. I'm really thrilled to be sharing this information with you today. As the first 4 months of the new presidential administration's underway, we're really watching a lot of legislation and regulatory developments and how those could impact health plans. So let's take a look at our agenda today. First, we'll be talking about different executive actions that have been taking place. A big theme today that we're going to be talking about throughout the day is pharmaceuticals and prescription drugs. And then we'll take a look at, check in about the federal budget actions, and finally look at some highlights for Medicare Part D and Medicare Advantage plans. So let's dive in and look at first the executive actions. And really first, there are 4 key areas that we are watching, including executive orders and actions, the cabinet, the courts, and budget reconciliation. And first, let's level set. Let's talk about executive orders. What is an executive order? Well, it is actually a written directive signed by the president that orders the government to take specific actions to ensure that the laws be faithfully executed. Executive orders are published in the Federal Register as well as the Code of Federal Regulations. Executive orders, however, cannot override federal laws and statutes. Statutes have to be passed by Congress and signed by the president or veto. Congress ultimately can override the veto and ultimately become law. With an executive order, the president, again, cannot write a new statute, but that order can tell the federal agencies how to implement that statute. We're also looking at the cabinet. Chief, really, that we're looking at the different secretaries of the different departments who oversee benefits, generally speaking. That is Department of Labor, Department of Treasury, and the Department of Health and Human Services. What we're also seeing, too, is in the courts. And the courts, we're seeing cases, for example, involving benefits specifically like mental health parity, preventive benefits. And again, this is not just about lawsuits that are in play, but how the government will ultimately defend against those lawsuits or how they'll answer complaints, as well as the budget reconciliation. And we've got plenty of breaking news coming in on that one right now. So let's start with some of the executive orders. There have been numerous executive orders that have been on a variety of topics, many of which actually revoked the Biden era executive orders. For example, there is one called, and again, these titles are not my titles, these are actually the titles that are in play, the initial rescissions on harmful executive orders. This was the title provided by the White House, which revoked 78 Biden-era executive orders. For example, many of them didn't really see impacted employee benefits, that I would say. A couple of them did, though. For example, there was one that went back to April of 2022 that was designed to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, lengthen the enrollment periods, increase promotion of enrollment, and enhance subsidies. There was also one from October of 2022 that was designed to promote programs to lower drug costs, specifically to establish a $2 copay for Medicare Part D prescription drugs, and to improve access of the high-cost cell and gene therapy drugs. But more on prescription drugs in just a moment here. But on April 9th of this year, there was a presidential memorandum that was issued to the heads of the agencies directing them to repeal certain regulations. And this presidential memorandum, just to level set there, it's similar to an executive order, but it is ultimately that it's not required to be printed in the Federal Register. It's also not required to cite the presidential's legal authority. And also the Office of Management and Budget is not required to issue a budget impact statement on executive memorandum. So now let's turn our attention to actually April 9th of this year. And there was a additional on this memo. It's called Directing the Repeal of Unlawful Regulations. Let's level set there too. To remember, we've got a law that's in place. What's a law? It's enacted by legislative bodies, in this case, Congress. Regulations, however, are specific rules and standards that are created by those agencies. For example, the Department of Health and Human Services. So remember, we've got the two different things that are ultimately happening there. So this memo directed the agencies to review recent United States Supreme Court cases and repeal rules immediately without notice and comment period, if possible. The notice and comment period is a process used by the agencies to create and amend or repeal certain regulations. It is involved with proposed rulemaking and a period of open public comment, and then issuing a final rule after those comments. The memorandum goes on to state that the agency heads shall finalize rules without notice and comment where doing so is consistent with the good cause exception of the Administrative Procedure Act. So that exception allows agencies to dispense with the notice and comment period of that rulemaking process when that process would be impractical, unnecessary, or contrary to public interest. Additionally, that notice and comment period proceedings are unnecessary where if the repeal of that required is just a matter of law to just ensure the consistency with the ruling of the United States Supreme Court. So the first, I think, in the regulations that we'll see will likely be repealed are just ones that are no longer applicable. For example, the Treasury repealed 2 notices that were implementing under the Affordable Care Act, a high tax plans, or high cost plans. That was ultimately repealed by Congress. The law is repealed, no need for the regulation, which seems to ultimately make sense. Let's keep going and talk a little bit more about some executive orders. There was an executive order came through on April 15th of this year that was called Lowering Drug Prices by once again putting Americans first. The administration really unveiled this really a sweeping executive order to lower drug prices and take initiatives to reduce healthcare costs. That order reaches into multiple health care spaces and arenas with varying implementation dates. For drug importation, as an example, by July 14th, ultimately, this is directing government to take steps to streamline the state drug implementation program, which will permit drug importation, for example, from Canada. More about Canada in just a minute. The several states actually have applied for and filed for these requests, with only Florida being the one that has been approved, and that was back in January of 2024. Addressing the PBM influences, so the Department of Health and Human Services, or HHS, the Department of Justice, Commerce, and the Federal Trade Commission, or the FTC, they were issued to launch a joint public listening sessions and issue reports on anti-competitive behavior on pharmaceutical manufacturers. And so by July 14th of this year, that the recommendation should be made to the president on how to best promote a more competitive, efficient, transparent, and resilient pharmaceutical value chain that delivers lower prices. Part of this as well includes Medicare drug price negotiations. And so the Department of Health and Human Services must propose guidance by June 14th of this year to improve the transparency of this program, prioritizing the selection of high-cost drugs, and minimizing any negative impacts of the negotiated prices on pharmaceutical innovation within the United States. For Medicare Part D, Department of Health and Human Services also must provide recommendations by October 12th of this year on how to best stabilize and reduce Medicare Part D premiums. And finally, also site-neutral payment policies. Department of Health and Human Services must propose regulations by October 12th of this year to ensure that Medicare is paying for a treatment or a service at the same amount, regardless of whether it is delivered at a hospital outpatient type of setting or department, or at a physician's office. So again, this is one of the executive orders that we're watching, but they haven't stopped there. There's more that have been happening. Just a little over a week ago, there was an executive order that was issued entitled Delivering the Most Favored Nations Prescription Drug Pricing to American Patients. That executive order focuses on reducing prescription drug costs by implementing a most favored nation pricing, which is focusing really on aligning United States drug pricing and comparable with other comparable nations in that regard. So let's keep going on the pharmaceutical side in space, and we've got a lot more also coming from my colleagues in just a little bit on this too, and a spotlight on that. Congress, we think, will continue to, of course, focus in this space on the pharmacy benefit manager, or the PBM, in that whole industry, including increasing transparency and regulation of PBM arrangements. Now, changes could include requiring the PBMs to disclose rebate information and pass, for example, through 100% of rebates, and to ban what's known as spread pricing. So PBM spread pricing refers to a practice where the pharmacy benefit manager charges a health plan or an insurer for more for a prescription drug than they would pay the pharmacy to dispense it. So again, we're looking at the requirements for plan sponsors to really look at the contracts for PBMs that contain certain also disclosure requirements. And so again, looking through the American Relief Act that ultimately was funding the government, we're trying to see where some of these transparency requirements will be coming from, again, throughout the different proposals that are occurring currently. So talking about tariffs, I think we've all been aware of some tariff situations that have been happening over the last month or so in this space. And even though the pharmaceuticals were exempt in a April 2nd, 2025 executive order issued on reciprocal tariffs, however, on April 16th of this year, the administration announced that the Commerce Department would commence a national security investigation on imports of pharmaceuticals and pharmaceutical ingredients under Section 232 of the Trade Expansion Act. So this investigation ultimately could lead to tariffs in this section, which could impact drug prices and availability. So again, we're going to continue to watch this space. So now let's get to some breaking news of what has been going on in the last few days and talking about taxing and the spending and the budget cuts. The tax policy is Congress's top priority, again, because of the expiration of the tax cuts in the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Congress right now is seeking the tax reform through the budget reconciliation process, but reconciliation can only address tax, spending, and budget items. There's also debt limit and some disaster aid can be also part of these discussions. So where are we with some of these things? Well, ultimately, a few weeks ago, the House voted on April 10th to adopt a Senate-passed budget reconciliation that, and here you can see some bigger picture themes, providing over $5 trillion with a T to extend the tax cuts, authorizing military and border security and spending, increasing the debt ceiling by $5 trillion, to cut at least $1.5 trillion in spending, and using current policy baseline, it assumes that tax cuts do not count as increased spending. And the House already, the budget plan instructions to its committees still apply. So, for example, the Energy and Commerce Committee, which oversees Medicare, Medicaid, and the Affordable Care Act, are instructed to come up with at least $880 billion in tax cuts. But where are we right now with this? Well, as of right now, the House is putting together a bill. It's 1,116 pages, and the bill is entitled One Big Beautiful Bill Act. I'm not making this up. That is what it is called. So if you're hearing about that in the news, that's what we're talking about. So last Wednesday, the House Ways and Means Committee passed their portion of the reconciliation bill. And several policies within that bill were focusing on really health savings accounts with it, for example, within high deductible health plans. How do those ultimately work? We saw provisions coming through ultimately for that. But the tax bill was also then headed to the House Budget Committee, and that was actually passed late Sunday evening. The House Energy Committee, House and Energy Commerce Committee is actually marking up the bill as well. And the House Rules Committee met through the night last night. I think they're still going to work through the bill about how this bill will ultimately be debated on the floor. And ultimately, I think the House is looking to pass this bill by Memorial Day. The Senate doesn't necessarily agree, perhaps, with the amount of the spending cuts that are in this bill. So this whole situation right now is very fluid, I would say. We will see once the House passes their bill and the Senate takes it up and negotiations really start, what we will actually ultimately end up with. So stay tuned, definitely in this space as this is unfolding now. And so let's highlight and talk a little bit more about Medicare Part D and Medicare Advantage plans. Over the last few years, we've talked about the Inflation Reduction Act. And the Inflation Reduction Act was signed into law in August of 2022 and included changes to Medicare Part D, which was intended to control prescription drug costs, cap maximum retiree out-of-pocket costs, and simplify coverage for Medicare enrollees. And that measure was actually passed using the budget reconciliation process, which permits passage, again, with the simple majorities in Congress. And so the guidelines for 2026 Part D plans were released this past January, and they were ultimately finalized in April of this year. So let's talk a little bit too about the Part D coverage. Right also now we are watching in this space how the new administration will be administering and addressing the expansion of Part D benefits and the affordability of Part D premiums. In July of 24, just to back up a little bit, CMS announced there was a premium stabilization demonstration for Part D, which would cover a period of time for at least 3 years. The 2026 program has not been yet announced, but some commenters are actually criticizing this program, saying that the cost of this program is actually too expensive, estimating about $5 billion in 2025 alone. And then also looking at Medicare Advantage plans and prescription drug negotiations. Similar challenges exist with respect to Medicare Advantage plans. They're very, very popular options. Revisions potentially to reimbursement requirements, they could be possible. So proposals have included making Medicare Advantage plans a default enrollment option for Medicare beneficiaries, or increasing opportunities for plan to offer supplemental benefits. So for Medicare Advantage types of plans, Dr. Oz, if you remember Dr. Oz from Beck, he's now the administrator for CMS, is a proponent of these plans. Under the Biden administration, plans cut back some of that funding, so we're not sure we're going to see ultimately where this administration will be ultimately handling and administering this as well. And additionally, for the first time in 2026, Medicare will negotiate prices for certain high-cost drugs. And every year they're releasing a set of drugs that they are identifying in cost. And so this was identified on January 17th of this year. And it included these drugs, Ozempic, Ribellus, Wegovy. While the program may not be significantly changed for the first year, the new administration's policy priorities may change that, and it could look at that differently in future years. For Medicare Part D, the GLP-1s, which I believe we will be talking a little bit more about today, so stay tuned for that, they are ultimately approved under Medicare for purposes of diabetes versus obesity. We were having earlier kind of hearing that Dr. Oz actually liked these drugs for those purposes, where the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Secretary Kennedy, did not. Under the Biden administration, that was ultimately proposed. So ultimately this year that CMS finalized regulations that implemented the technical changes for the Medicare program, and that notably CMS actually withdrew this proposal to require Medicare Advantage plans to cover GLP-1 medications for obesity treatments. Diabetes here is still on the table, however. So with that, that was my quick hit of a legislative update. And again, any comments from Siegel, or I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'll be here all day. I'm going to talk offline.
Thank you for the presentation. Can you give a little bit more detail on what a pharmaceutical benefit manager does? How those folks, because I hear about that all the time in the news and I don't know where they fit in the chain.
I think that is a phenomenal question, and we have the experts here. If I may go over to Daljit to talk that through.
Not a pro with the mic, so excuse me. So pharmacy benefit managers, you've heard of CVS, Caremark, and Express Scripts and some of the other big ones. CVS is the largest. So they're the middlemen. So what they do is they buy drugs from pharmaceutical manufacturers and they negotiate rebates from those manufacturers in exchange for how much volume of drug that they buy, and then they pass that on, they sell it to the pharmacies. So they're the middlemen, they keep some of those rebates, and that's what we try to get to. We try to get them to give 100% of those rebates to you, but of course they keep some in the form of admin fees or whatever they want to call them. So they're the middlemen.
And so if they were out of the picture, would the healthcare plans negotiate directly with the pharmaceutical companies? Okay. So, for example, in the case of CVS, Caremark, they're part of CVS. And I mean, I assume, given the name, is it just a way for CVS to get a little bigger cut of the pie?
So the trend has been, so CVS Health is the bigger organization. Caremark is their PBM. And we see all of the PBMs doing the same thing. So CVS bought Aetna. So they are part of that. So they've got the medical and the pharmacy. So they're vertically integrating that way. They make more money. So you're exactly right.
I just wanted to add a little bit. Hi, Debbie Donaldson. So in addition, everything that Daljit said, the PBM also helps administer the prescription drugs to your members. So they do a lot of administrative processes for the plan, such as if there's prior authorization, they help manage that. If there's any kind of questions, you're calling the PBM and they'll help the member. If the members are calling, they'll help answer those questions. So in addition to everything that Daljit does, there's this huge administrative component that the PBMs do to help service the plan and the benefits for the members as well. So they process all the claims. So, you go to the pharmacy and it processes the claims, and then they, as the administrator, kind of coordinate it for the plan as well.
How long has the concept or the approach of using a PBM been in place? Because doctors have been providing medicine and it's been covered by insurance for decades. So when did this come into play?
So I graduated from pharmacy school in 91, and I went to work for Long's Drugs, if you remember them. And I remember when I started out, people had drug cards. Most people paid cash because drugs were still inexpensive, but some people would bring their cards. We would take them, run them on a machine that had a triplicate form. There was a carbon copy, and we would charge. There were insurers called Baypack, and there are a few other ones, and they actually had co-payments. So that's the first time I remember it. And then on a broader scale, it happened. So it's probably the 90s. It was probably a little earlier even. But as drugs became more expensive, we needed these middlemen to step in and negotiate the drug purchasing. So they came into play. And sorry, like Debbie said, they provide an array of services. So they're a full service PBM, manages your drug benefit. They adjudicate your claims so that members get the correct co-payments, all sorts of things. So they're trying to keep your drug costs down, is what they say. But they are keeping a chunk of the money.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
I have a quick question. Who controls the decision-making when it comes to the formularies? I think that's the terminology. The drugs that are covered by our plans, who makes that decision which blood thinner is not going to be covered and which one is? And
That's your PBM. And you elect your formulary. So you can choose one that's more narrow and only certain drugs are covered, or you can choose one that covers more drugs, more of an open formulary. But most plans are going with more managed formularies, which means that they will play certain drugs against each other. So in the blood thinning class, you've got Eliquis, you've got Xarelto, there's one more that I'm forgetting right now. But so they are going to those pharmaceutical manufacturers, and they're also looking at the drug studies and saying, okay, is this one equivalent to the other one? But they are going to the drug manufacturers and saying, hey, if we put Eliquis on your formulary, will you give us more rebates? Can we get it at a cheaper price? And then they'll pass it on to you. But what they have to show those drug manufacturers are on their formulary, wherever it's posted, that they're only covering Eliquis. They're preferring the Eliquis and they're not covering Xarelto. That's how they get the money. If they don't do that, they don't prove that, then sometimes rebates are held up. So it's a big game. And I remember back when Lipitor came out, Pfizer had Lipitor, they had Zyrtec, and they had one other drug. I think it was Procardia XL. So they had 3 drugs, and they negotiated rebates based on all 3 of those drugs being on the formulary. So it's a game. And then CVS, when sorry if I'm giving too much information, but when CVS put Eliquis on the formulary and took away Xarelto, or did they do the opposite? They took Eliquis off. There was a huge pushback from physicians. And there are studies showing that Eliquis can be slightly better in certain instances for certain patients. So due to the pushback, they ended up putting it back on the formulary about 7 months later.
I mean, it can be costly to our members. You have the issue of convenience. I mean, I had to take Eliquis for a while, for a period of time, and I was glad I was able to take Eliquis because the options were more side effects. I had to go to the doctor more often and get various tests done. The Eliquis worked, apparently, and basically was simple and uncomplicated to use compared to what some of the alternatives were. So,
And I'll just add for your Medicare plans, your Medicare Advantage plans, it's the Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services, CMS, really dictates a broad formulary for you. So on your Medicare plan, eligible plans, it's really CMS that's dictating that formulary, which is a very broad and wide formulary under those plans. But Daljeeta's completely right. And fun fact is CVS just recently came out for the anti-obesity medications, and they said we're only covering Wegovy because they made a deal with Novo Nordisk and said we're only covering the Wegovy. And so the question is with Zepbound, what are they going to be doing with Zepbound, which is the Eli Lilly product? Because there's a lot of members that are potentially on that plan. Sleep apnea, as an example, is an indication that is only approved for the Zepbound and not for Wegovy. And so we'll see it could be a similar situation than that we saw a little bit ago as well. So more to come on that. But they do choose that formulary. But again, for Medicare plans, it is really CMS dictating, and it's usually a broad open formulary in group Medicare Advantage
What
plans.
is the formulary? Explain that. Because I keep hearing and you're using that term like it's something that we ought to know.
Yeah.
So what is it?
Yeah. So there are thousands of drugs out there, right? A formulary is a list of drugs that are covered by a plan. So it's not every single drug, unless you say it's an open formulary, it's usually almost everything. But if it's a more managed formulary, it's fewer drugs. So it's just a drug list that is chosen for coverage. Because you don't necessarily.
The PBMs decide what their formulary is going to be,
Correct.
which in turn means you can only have access to the drugs they decide that you should have access to based on a lot of factors that
Yes. And like
may
Deborah
not
said,
necessarily have to do with your health, but
correct.
there are a bunch of factors.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah. And plans can do custom formularies where they say, hey, I want this. I want all of these drugs covered. And you can build that with a PBM. It's usually more costly, but go ahead.
So your plans are fully insured, which means all the risk is being borne by the insurance company. Entities sometimes are self-funded or self-insured. And when you're self-insured, that means the plan's taking on the risk. And that plan can actually choose and has more flexibility in the formularies that they're choosing and what drugs to cover. So there's more flexibility in self-funded, but you guys are fully insured. So yeah, so you're working with your insurance carriers on and choosing the formularies. But in general, your formularies are fairly broad what LACERA provides to your members.
I know on a couple of occasions, my doctors they will talk to me about, well, we're thinking about putting you on this drug, or so I have to call Cassandra and say, okay, Cassandra, is this one covered by the plan? Because the alternative is you can still get the drug, but our plan doesn't pay for it. And as some of you may know, and a lot of you may not know, some of them drugs are expensive as hell. So when you got a $30 copay for a 90-day supply, or a $50 copay on the high-end stuff that's a lot cheaper than what a 1 month supply can cost if it ain't covered by the plan. So, yeah.
Mr. Chair, if I may. I guess this would be to Amy. First, I want to start with this big beautiful bill.
Yes.
I find it really interesting that from the 2017 TCJA, the permanent provisions, one of them is making permanent repeal the excise tax on indoor tanning salons. That's very interesting. That's in there. I'm not kidding. So,
Yes,
but
please.
I'm mocking it, obviously, but I do have the question regarding something in your presentation regarding the Trade Expansion Act, the 232. Is it obviously if there's tariffs applied, it's going to be significant impact to these drug prices for some of the stuff that's produced offshore. Is it, in your opinion, is it executive saber rattling? Because that really is for things that are national security issues and security to the United States of America and the Defense Department. And I don't know how there's a nexus drawn between foreign producers of drugs and, obviously, so I guess my question, I mean, it's kind of, I know that you don't have a crystal ball, but I know it was in your presentation, it's significant, it could stick, anything could happen. So what is your assessment of that?
Yeah, and on that one space, I think that's where ultimately I think we would look to more guidance and to see ultimately where the courts might come in to say, does this really ultimately apply to this, and ultimately in litigation potentially to see where something like that would go. But again, I think that's true in looking at some of the rules within a lot of the things we talked about, is to say, how is this ultimately applicable? For example, back to the bigger picture, but going to your question, is within the budget reconciliation, does this really apply? Do these things ultimately go to a tax issue, to a budgetary issue? Some questions are like, absolutely not. Could they not be there? Similar to that, in parallel to saying, how could this even apply under these circumstances? To me, ultimately, I think if it gets down to that type of issue, ultimately, it could be a court decision to ultimately make.
And if so, would the process, is there, under that 232, that's a very strong piece of legislation, even a 6-month impact while it goes through the process, the courts and Congress and all that stuff, could a tariff be applied that would, it'd spike everything for 6 months, a year as it goes through, and then maybe even appeal, and then coming back, and then our members are impacted by that? Is there enough teeth in this that it could, that tariff could be applied and it could have an impact?
Yeah, I think again, we're watching this space. Really, we truly are, is to see where some of these things go. I mean, I think it feels at times that there are great types of impact that may feel, and then things get backed off to where there ultimately could change. So again, I think we're watching to see where this goes. And there is my time, right on cue. That's all right. I'm seeing a red flashing light here. is over there. With that, I want to thank you so much again for having me and talking through these issues. And I can't think of a better segue for my colleagues to come up and to continue the conversation. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair with that, and thank you, Amy, we'll have Debbie Donaldson and Dajit present on medical and prescription drug plan trends.
Well, good morning, everyone. Can you guys all hear us okay? So thank you for that good introduction and loved the questions. So that's just gearing us up and warming us up for this presentation. So my name is Debbie Donaldson. I am a senior vice president. I'm an actuary by background, and I'm the health practice leader for the rest. And joining me is Daljit.
Daljit, I know my name is difficult. Can you hear me okay? But Daljit, call me DJ if that. I used to work with seniors and I'd always say, just call me DJ. It's too difficult. But anyway, so I'm a pharmacist and I'm a pharmacy benefits consultant with Siegel. I work in the West, but I also work with our national practice that's in New York. And I've been with Siegel almost 13 years.
Awesome. So today we're going to tag team and we're going to talk about the healthcare landscape. We're going to go into some prescription drug, which we've already done a little bit. We're going to talk about some trends, talk about some cost management strategies on both the medical and pharmacy side. And again, we'll welcome your questions. So kicking it off, we're going to go to one of my favorite things, which is a graphical presentation of what trend is. And so here we're showing just how trends have changed. It does look like a children kind of coloring, and there's a lot of different colors and a lot of up and down. You can see with our lines, and really the up and downs that you're seeing is really the impact of COVID, right? You can see it starting in 2020 and going through 2022. But if you look back in 2016, if you guys can see the slide of where things were, for the PPO plans, so that's a lot for your, the plans 1 and 2 that you have and your non-Medicare plans, we can see the trend was about 7.1. And if you go all the way over to the right, where are we predicting 2025 to be? It's just right under 8% at 7.9%. Similarly, we have also mapped out pharmacy trends, and you can really see the uptick. Daljit's going to go into more of what's driving those trends for pharmacy, but we're predicting 2025 to be around 11.4%, and you can really see the ramp up. So if I was going to do a line graph of kind of the overall trend, it would be an upward sloping trend line. And then again, we're looking at, we've also mapped out kind of a MA, that's your Medicare Advantage plans. Again, we did have the impact during COVID, but has remained relatively stable if you take out those COVID years. So if you look at 2016, it's that little lavender purple line where we are at 5.3% in 2016, and now in 2025, we're projecting it to be around 5%. So Daljit's going to go into a little bit of what's behind the numbers for pharmacy. Yeah.
Sure. The slide didn't change for some reason. Thank you.
There we go.
So just to preface this, the data that we're showing you is based on our Siegel Book of Business data. You'll notice on this slide, it says SHAPE, and that's the Siegel Health analysis of our prescription data. So it's not your data, it's our Book of Business data. So it'll be a little different for you. So you can see, unfortunately, the line on that graph, the red line was highest for prescription drug trend in double digits, and it's been that way. The actual has also been in double digits. And the reason behind it are a few things. You're all probably familiar with the GLP-1 drugs, the Ozempics, the Wegovy's. Last night at dinner, I was surprised how much knowledge there was. I was like, you guys can go do my presentation because you know way too much about these drugs. But so these drugs have been out, I'm going to veer off my slides for a sec. These drugs have been around since 2005. The first one that came out was Byetta. And I remember when it came out, there was a little bit of uptake, but not a lot. Then in 2010, Victoza came out. And then I started hearing from people, oh, I'm losing weight on this drug, and word spread. And this is even before social media, word spreading. So people started noticing. We saw an increase in utilization for this drug. Then along comes Ozempic in 2017, and it's for diabetes. These drugs work by increasing insulin secretion. So that means the insulin's going to soak up that glucose in your bloodstream, bring your blood sugar down. They also work by making you feel full, so the feeling of satiety, and then they slow down gastric emptying. So the food's sitting there longer, you're feeling full, you're going to lose weight. So Ozempic was approved for diabetes. People started losing weight, and then word started spreading. You've got the Kardashians and everybody else talking about this. Then comes Wegovy in 2021, and it was just for weight loss. And we started talking about, well, Ozempic is semaglutide. So is Wegovy. Wegovy is 2.4 milligrams. Ozempic is just 2. So it's the same drug, just at a higher dose. So people start using the Ozempic instead of Wegovy. They use a little bit higher dose. We see some off-label use happening. So these drugs, they were on everybody's formularies. Unmanaged, just they're covered drugs. They're on your formulary. PBM started taking notice. We started complaining, hey, somebody's got to watch this because people are using these drugs for weight loss. And Ozempic's not approved for weight loss. So they should go through some sort of process so that if people truly need them for weight loss, they can get approval for that. Then in 22, we get Mounjaro. Now that's for diabetes as well, but it's a similar type of drug. It causes more weight loss, over 15%. I think it was around 17%, whereas Ozempic we saw maybe 10 to 15. So that drug comes along. We see even more off-label use. Luckily for you, CVS put in a step edit in, it was July 1st of 2023. They put in a step edit. The step edit looks back for utilization of any diabetes drug. So that means if someone doesn't have that history in their claims, they're not going to be able to get the Ozempic. So that started slowing down the rate of utilization. But you still saw the contribution of these drugs to your costs is considerable. We could talk more about these drugs later, but I thought I'd give you some background because I think it's so interesting. And then 2023, we got Zepbound, which also, it works 2 ways to lower your blood sugars and also for weight. It's approved only for weight loss, but we've seen it approved for sleep apnea as well. And you can reduce your weight by 21% or higher with that drug. So that's why it's so popular. Another thing is cancer drugs. So you see a lot of new cancer drugs coming out. This is wonderful, especially for advanced cancers. I looked in the pipeline, and there are over 700 drugs in the pipeline for oncology, for cancer. And while it's a wonderful thing, it's also tough because plans usually cover all of these drugs, but it increases your cost. At some point, there'll have to be something where we look at how much do they prolong people's lives? There'll be some tough decisions to make because there are a lot of these drugs hitting the market. We've seen this therapeutic class in the top 10 for almost every single plan. And lastly, expanded disease indications. So we have a lot of drugs that they were approved for one thing, but then they were also approved for many others. So I noted Dupixent on here, or the slide notes Dupixent. It was approved for asthma initially, and then it was also approved for COPD, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. And then more recently, atopic dermatitis and even a couple other things. So it's approved for 5 things. And Humira, if you're familiar with that, is now approved for like 11 or 12. You had a question?
One of the things that I find fascinating when you're watching TV and you're seeing all these ads for these drugs, they don't really tell you what the hell these drugs are for. They give you all these reasons why they're good and why you should take them. And I'm sitting there watching the various, and a lot of them are the ones you're talking about right here, but they don't say, if you have this, you should take this, or if you
Right.
have that, this is for those of you with this disease or this problem or this medical condition. It's almost to me like, well, it's advertising at its finest, but it just seems to me like there's a little bit of, well, I'm trying to think of the correct word to use, but it's basically, they're not being truthful with you for
Oh,
like,
not
I
at all.
mean,
It's brilliant marketing on their
Yeah.
part. They put all the stuff in such small letters that you're trying to read it, and meanwhile they're showing people jumping in the water. I'm like, what are they? What are they? So I'm like, okay, that's the psoriasis one. But other than that, it's like so difficult to figure out. But there are laws around what they can and can't say. So when they say the side effects, you'll hear them just rattle them off really quickly. Nausea, vomiting, diarrhea. And all of them have this, like every drug in pharmacy school, they said, if you want to say side effects, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, every drug, that's a possibility when they do the drug studies. It just happens. So they're just rattling off, and I don't know the exact laws behind what they can and can't say, how fast they can say it, what the font has to be, but to me, it's not regulated enough. And I think for a while they eliminated the commercials, or am I wrong? And then all of a sudden they started hitting, I think they opened it up and said, yes, you can do these commercials, but you have to abide by these guidelines. So it's a tough one. And it works. It works. People go ask their doctor for these drugs. So, okay. The last thing I'll say is that specialty drug cost trends remain in double digits for everybody. Even after rebates, we're seeing 50%. I've seen 40% for a couple small clients. Maybe they're still in the 30s. But another interesting factoid is in mid-2024, as of that time, there are over 7,000 drugs in development, and 75% of them are specialty drugs. So we're going to see more. And there's a reason why. They're effective. They work. And a lot of times they work much better than traditional therapy and have much fewer side effects.
Thanks, Daljeet. And I'll just add, with regards to those specialty drugs, it's usually a very small percentage of membership that are on those drugs. It's usually 5% in general, 5% or less of membership are on these specialty drugs, but they're generating 60 to 80% of your total pharmacy spend. And so again, very small portion of members are on these drugs, but they're actually generating most of the spend, these specialty drugs. And what Daljeet, just to reiterate, that's the pipeline coming out right now is all these specialty drugs. And so more to come on that. So as we talk about what's behind the numbers, we're going to talk about what we're seeing on the medical side. So we saw about a 1 percentage point increase in medical trend from last year to this year. And what's driving that? It's really unit cost. So if I can take a step back of what generates medical trend? Well, you have basic inflation, right? Your basic inflation that we see across the country. We have it, and I'll talk about it a little bit, medical unit cost trends. We have utilization, and we have a bunch of other factors, which we'll go into in a minute. But really what's driving this 1 percentage point increase into 25 is the unit cost, the medical unit cost price inflation. And we're really seeing that on the hospital side. So that's the cost of care. So if you go in and get a surgery, we're saying in 25, that cost of that surgery itself is costing more in 25. And that's what's called the medical unit cost price inflation. Because one of the things that we've seen is that, and you may have experienced it in your own medical journeys, is that there's been a shift from inpatient to outpatient care. So to the extent that your doctor can do something in the outpatient setting is a good thing, right? You get to go home, you don't have to stay in the hospital. And that was really creating, I would say, savings because it's less expensive than going into the hospital.
we have seen those costs of the outpatient stuff really go up, and more to come as we see that, because we're shifting from the hospital to the outpatient side. And so that's part of what we're seeing in driving cost, and those costs are increasing as well. So as you can see in that fourth bullet, those trends were the highest that we've ever seen. And to what similarly on the pharmacy side, we're seeing a lot of cancer-related testing and treatment, which is important for the LACERA membership, giving your older membership. We're seeing outpatient surgeries for osteoarthritis and spinal disorders. And then we're seeing increased utilization in the emergency room, which is not a good thing. We want to make sure that we're getting the right care for the members, but we're also seeing America age, right? So the population in general, and I'll go into that in a minute, is aging. And so part of that could be more usage of emergency room. We want to make sure they're going to the emergency room for the right reason versus other forms of care.
Could I ask a question?
Absolutely.
So why are outpatient costs going up? I'll give you my own example.
Okay.
I go in for colonoscopy. I typically go to a colonoscopy center. Done this numerous times. This last year, oh no, you can't go here. I had to go to a hospital, which took me almost twice the amount of time to get in and out as the endoscopy center, and it was more expensive. That didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. What's going on?
Yeah, and I can't comment to your personal situation, but typically that type of service, it can be done in the outpatient setting. They may have made a decision that was needed in the inpatient facility for whatever reason, but we have seen dramatic shifts from the inpatient to outpatient when it is appropriate, I guess I would say. And it's really up to the doctor to determine what is the appropriate site of care.
Well, Delia, doctor had nothing to do with this. This was 100% the insurance company.
Oh.
And I just don't get it. It makes no sense. I'm just wondering, why do you see increased cost in outpatient? What's driving those increased costs? Just more utilization, or?
It's both. So it's increased utilization, but again, it's back to the unit cost, the cost of the care. So the cost of the service and the cost of the care that's being performed in the outpatient, where before, again, we saw inpatient more expensive, and that's why there was a shift to outpatient. We're seeing some of the unit cost care kind of increase on that outpatient side, but we're also seeing that increased utilization as well. Yes.
Let me chime in. I had an endoscopy 3 weeks ago, and it's a routine endoscopy. My doctor used to send me to a place the JP talks about. I live here in Long Beach, so it was over by the airport. There's a big center over there where they do colonoscopies and endoscopies, all that type of medicine. My doctor now made me go, and I would go there. I was in and out. Now I had to go to Los Alamitos Hospital, which is now UCI Medical Center, which is, in my opinion, a phenomenal medical group. But I had to go check into the hospital, get the procedure, check out of the hospital. I haven't seen the bill yet from any of this stuff, but I'm betting that my doctor, because he has an arrangement with the hospital now, and he's in that hospital 3-4 days a week, doing nothing but, upper and lower GIs. So
it could be a little bit of that as well. The good news is, from a member, your plan is very generous as far as what the members would pay towards that. But you're right, because you're fully insured, the insurance plan is picking up the majority of that cost, and then we see it in renewals for premiums the next year. But yeah, I don't know that situation, but we have seen doctors kind of align themselves more with hospital systems. And so that it could be that as well. So what is driving trends? We've talked about a little bit of this. One of the things I'll just note is on that third bullet is the treatment burden due to the aging population. So I got this from the Kaiser Family Foundation. In 2020, about 17% of the US population was age 65 and older. It's projected that in 2030, that 17% is going to be 20%, and then by 2050, it's going to be 23%. So what does that mean? With an aging population, and it's been shown actuarially, as members age, they utilize the healthcare system more than they, as my kids who are in their 20s, utilize. They never go to the doctor. I'm fine, Mom. So as we get older, we're utilizing the healthcare system more. And so that is part of what's driving up the inflation as well. We talked about expanded disease indications for existing therapies. I'll just talk about a couple. Humira, which originally came out for rheumatoid arthritis. Now it's expanded to multiple different kinds of treatments as well. GLP-1s, those weight loss drugs, originally, again, was just for diabetes. Then it was anti-obesity medication. Now there's heart conditions that you can get these drugs. There's also sleep apnea. And I've heard from some of the manufacturers, there's a couple others indications that are down the pipeline coming down that are going to be coming out this year as well. One of the things that we've also seen is defensive medicine. Today in across the country, doctors are sometimes more performing defensively, right? So there's excess testing because they want to make sure they're not missing anything because they're, concerned that they've missed something and they're going to potentially get sued. So we've become more defensive in how we're delivering our medical and our medical providers. So the other thing that I'll say is regulatory changes. So there has been regulatory changes that have come out on things that should be covered. The Affordable Care Act was one of them, where we had to cover certain kinds of treatments. Fertility is one. Fertility treatment. Some states, if you're a non-ERISA plan, a lot of public entities have to go with what's being passed within a state legislation. And so there's been a lot of removals of PAs across this country. I would say in 2025, it was a very active legislative session for many of our state clients with a lot of bills related to medical and pharmacy. And then one of the things I'll touch on, which I think we're going to go in more today, is the last bullet, which is the erosion of the fixed deductible and copayments. And I think this is really relatable to the LACERA membership because you have your 1982 contract. And so the benefit that was in place in 1982 is even more generous today because your deductibles, your copays, your out-of-pocket maximums have not changed. So think about how much inflation has gone, how much you could buy with $1 back in 82 versus what you can buy for $1 today, right? Well, that's what's happened in your health plan. Because the health plan is covering so much more of that total cost of care than the members are today because those deductibles, copayments, and out-of-pocket maximums have not increased. So your plan is a very, very generous plan today, with the exception of the lifetime maximum benefit for your certain plans where that hasn't moved. So $1 million lifetime maximum back in 1982, it's like no one's going to hit that, right? Well, come to 2025, $1 million lifetime maximum, you get one, a member gets one bad episode, they could easily, and we've seen it, right, hit that lifetime maximum of $1 million. So that hasn't kept up to pace with inflation as well. So I'm going to move on.
I have
Absolutely.
question/comment on that. So I think we need to be careful when we're talking about enhanced benefits or things like making comments as though we're getting some sort of extra benefit that's, potentially could be seen as being excessive or large. I think we're talking about like co-payments, right?
That's
So we're
correct.
talking about $10 versus $15, right? The actual cost of inflation is built into the offset of the actual plan itself. So as we get reimbursed from the county, all that stuff has been factored in and over the years, and all those costs have been offset. The richness that you're talking about, although it's important, it's not excessive. It's not something that's you know, we're talking about relatively small payments and things like that. But I think it's important when we're framing that, because this is a board meeting and people are paying attention to it. And when they are, I don't want people to think, well, see, that's why you don't have that $1 billion cap raised, because of all these other excessive benefits. Well, no, these aren't really as rich as we might think they are on those kind of things. The actual costs of the inflation have been offset year over year as we negotiate rates like any other health plan. The only thing that hasn't changed because of the 82 agreement is those very specific details that are relatively minor overall as far as dollar and costs go. So I just wanted to highlight that.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, so let's look at medical trends for actives and non-Medicare retirees. And this varies by the different kinds of plans that are being offered. You guys do not offer an HDHP, which is a high deductible health plan. The PPO trend, as we mentioned, is just shy of 8%. And for HMOs, it is also lingering around just shy of 8%. And then if we look at graphically, kind of where we're at today, this is really showing kind of where the trends have been historically, but we've also put in there the red line to say, okay, what were the trends pre-COVID and what are the trends post-COVID? So you can see the pre-COVID trends there in the red line is just hovering around 5%. However, we have seen higher trends post-COVID, and you can see the increase that's occurring. And we're just showing kind of the percentile, the 25th and 27th percentile on this slide. And then when we look at your Medicare plans, and again, these are coming from our SHAPE database, and so these are kind of more broader national trends based upon the data in our SHAPE database. We're seeing for the Medicare trends just really around 5% in general. Again, there's different types of plans, so there's a little bit of differences, but it is up from the prior year, which was between 4.4 and 4.9%, and now we're seeing it around 5%. And then Daljeet for the pharmacy trends.
So I won't say too much about this slide. It's a lot of numbers, but we already talked about the double-digit projected trend increases in 2025. So the 11.4% for pharmacy. And a lot of it is due to specialty drugs, as you see at the right side there. So we can just skip to the next one unless you have questions on this one. So basically, we want to say that the prescription drug trends are maintaining and they're even going up. They're not moderating at all for anybody. Oh,
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
I have a comment and a question.
Okay.
But my comment is that the lifetime max on the Anthem is going up to 1.5 million effective 2 weeks from now. So we are going to see that go up, and hopefully with a little bit of luck, we'll be able to get that eliminated altogether. Just a quick question. I may be premature in asking this question because you're not done with your presentation yet, but when I look at healthcare, I look at three things: the cost of the doctors, the cost of the hospitals, and the cost of pharmaceuticals. Which one is costing us the most right now? As far as increases, is it pharmaceuticals?
From a trend perspective, the pharmacy trends are higher, are higher. In general, for retiree plans, it's about a 55-45 split, where 55%, if you look at the total pie of the total cost of all that you're saying, about 55% of it is associated with medical and 45% is associated with pharmacy. And so medical usually, but that's been ebbing and flowing, and it really depends on the membership and what kind of specialty drugs are being utilized. But in general, it's about 55-45. But the trends that we're seeing for pharmacy are in the double digits.
I have a lot of friends who work in the healthcare industry, from doctors who are specialists that I am close friends with, to neighbors who basically do all kinds of stuff in hospitals. And one of my neighbors across the street is a pharmacist. So I'm talking to them all the time about what's going on. And although I think we all complain about how much it costs to go into the hospital, my wife had an angiogram about 3 weeks ago. And I was there and I know what it takes to get an angiogram. And when I look at all of the people in that hospital that were involved in that procedure, and once they get you into the room, in the cath lab, and you look around and you got 5 doctors in there and 2 or 3 more technicians. And I mean, the place has got a video system that would make put Hollywood to shame. I look at all of the people involved in doing this care, and then I know why her bill was $15,000. And I'm not complaining that Anthem was billed $15,000 for an angiogram, but at the same time, there's a whole lot of people in these hospitals that make pretty good incomes, because I know what my neighbors make because they've told me. And I'm not complaining, because I'm always sitting there, okay, somebody checked this in, somebody took you to the room, they got you all prepped, they put in the IVs, they did all this, another nurse, and then they wheel you in, and then you've got doctors and technicians and nurses everywhere that are supervising everything. I mean, part of me knows why a lot of this is expensive, but we keep hearing that the prescription drug costs are a major driver of healthcare costs. My friends that are doctors, I look at the EOBs, and when I see what the EOB says, and then I look and see what the surgeon actually made off of the surgery, I'm going, could have made almost that much money as a barista at Starbucks. I mean, and I'm not kidding, because my doctor buddies tell me I took out a gallbladder and I made $350. And that was what I got paid for doing it.
Yeah. So you touched upon a couple things that brought to my mind of what's our trend drivers. And one is unit cost trends, right? The cost of having that care delivered, right? What is the cost of that, which has been going up? And then the other piece is defensive medicine, right? There's a lot of people in there to make sure everyone's doing the right thing, and you're going to get the quality of care that you need. So those are drivers of trend for sure. On the pharmacy side, what really drives the trend is the cost of the drug that the manufacturer set, and which the PBMs, back to your first question, is the PBMs help negotiate for that on behalf of the plan. So lots of different drivers in that for sure.
Yeah, and it would be nice if we got the pricing that the Europeans get, but basically we are paying for the cost of the drug development. That's the bottom line, until we negotiate that. But for me, the wake up was probably 2012, 2014, when all these hepatitis C drugs came out. I don't know if you remember that. But these drugs were $100,000 a year, $90,000 a year, and the rebates for each drug are about $30,000. That's how we know the PBMs are pocketing still a lot of money. So anyway, and I'm really interested in both of your site of care experiences with your colonoscopy, because with my medical, I get a sheet of paper or a call saying, go here because it'll be cheaper. So I can choose. But anyway, I'm really curious, because one of my favorite hobbies is helping people figure out healthcare and fighting with insurance companies. So yeah. So the last thing I want to say about this slide is about 40% of the overall trend can be attributed to diabetes drugs, not just GLP-1s, all diabetes drugs, because we have a diabetes epidemic. So on the next slide.
Can-
Yes.
Question about the projected medical trend bar graphs,
Sure.
back a few. And the differences between the projected medical trends for actives versus the Medicare supplemented people, the older people who are on Medicare. So why is it the trend higher for the actives than it is for the people on Medicare? Is that a function of the Medicare subsidy? Or is there something else going on? Because the general kind of big picture assumption is that the older people require more health care. But when you look at these two charts, it looks like it's the younger people that require more health care because their costs go up. So well, there's a lot of reasons. I just want to know some of them.
Yeah, great question. Thank you. So there's a couple of things. So I'll start with the chart on the bar graphs on the far right, which is Medicare supplement plans. So basically, Medicare is picking up about 80% of the total cost of care, and a Medicare supplement plan wraps around it. So the additional costs year over year are more mitigated because Medicare is picking up 80% of the costs. So that's one thing for the Medicare supplement plan. Also, I'll talk about numbers where actives costs are down here and retirees costs are up here. So 5% from a dollar perspective, maybe more than an 8% on the active side, because the starting point that you're talking about is much higher for Medicare retirees than it is for actives in general and pre-Medicare retirees. So that's another point. Then I'll go over to the far left and look at the two, which are Medicare Advantage plans. And Medicare Advantage plans are managed. They're managed healthcare plans. It is a coordination of your insurance carrier with CMS. So essentially what Medicare Advantage plans do is CMS, the Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services, gives health insurance revenue based upon their risk score of, their conditions, to say, okay, health plan, it on average is going to cost X amount of money to manage the cost and care of this member. And they do that for all your members. And so it is more managed, and they're making sure, as an example, we saw ER utilization higher, right? Medicare Advantage plans are really going to help manage that, to say, gosh, is ERs really the appropriate place? We've seen that you've had higher ERs. We're going to call you on a Friday to say, do you have all your medications and things you need? Because we've noticed you've been going into the ER on the weekends. How can we help coordinate this so that you don't go into the ER on the weekends? What do you need? How can we help coordinate you with your provider and your doctor? So it's a more managed plan that helps mitigate the trends in general that we've seen on the Medicare side.
That's something we need more of on the other side. Okay.
Okay. So I think
I think we're on GLP-1s.
Yes, so more on GLP-1s. So here we're looking at trend drivers. So I'll just point out, you look at December of 2021, that's when Wegovy came out. So you start seeing the uptick in the trend. 2022, we saw Mounjaro, so you see the trend go up to 41.3%. And then came Zepbound right before we hit December 2023. So it continues to climb up. And I don't know if we've hit our threshold yet, but I do think with more drugs coming, more GLP-1s are coming, hopefully it'll bring down some costs, because there'll be more competition. That way the PBMs will go to their formulary and do like CVS did. They'll favor maybe one or two of them, and that way they'll get more rebates, and that'll bring your costs down. But just to throw out there. So there's a drug, Rybelsus, and it came out in, I would say 2014. So it's an oral GLP-1. And people took it, they did have side effects. When you take orals, because it's processed through your liver, through your stomach, you could get more nausea and bloating. So people were getting those side effects, but it's available in 7 milligrams and 14 milligram tablets. So what the manufacturer is doing now is they're running studies. They know that it causes weight loss, and they know people want oral drugs. They don't want to inject themselves. So they're investigating 25 and 50 milligrams, and they're actually finding significant weight loss, even at 25 milligrams. So some plans have seen people that are watching this, they're getting Rybelsus because it's on the formulary, and they're just taking 2 of the 14 milligram tablets to lose weight. So, but we know the company, once this is approved, which should be soon, they'll mark it up and they'll put it out. It's the first oral weight loss drug. So there's going to be a lot of uptake. So I expect these trends to continue. And these aren't bad drugs. We shouldn't say, oh my goodness, these horrible GLP-1s. People need them, and they're cardioprotective. They do serve a function, and we're going to find more information about them. And I used to be afraid, the side effects. What about the long-term side effects? They've been around for over 20 years. So far, so good. So on the next slide, any questions on that one? On the next slide, more GLP-1s. So this is for plans that cover GLP-1s for weight loss. You don't do that, so it doesn't apply to you. But look at the trend. Where am I? Oh, I think I'm on the slide before this.
Oh,
Sorry.
sorry.
I should be
Here we go.
looking here. Okay, look at the trend for plans that are covering these drugs. 261, almost 262% trend. So for a lot of, this is not sustainable. So a lot of my clients say, should I cover for weight loss? And I say, let's just wait. Let's wait till the cost comes down. I know there's people that need them, and there is an avenue for them. And luckily there's the compounding pharmacies, which is going to stop, and some people can't afford it anymore. So, okay, so we'll jump to the next slide.
Question? Wait, so our plan doesn't cover it right now?
Not for weight loss.
Medicare plans don't cover it, yes.
Yes.
And maybe I'm jumping ahead. Do you have cost savings associated for the same time period? Since it's diabetic, I don't know, is it reducing other types of treatments or costs?
We are currently, so Siegel's currently in the process of studying that. And, given that these drugs for indication of weight loss have been, is it 2 years now, 2.5 years? We just now have the data we need to actually do the study. So we're studying that right now. We're looking at the good and the bad, right? So there could be some positive, right, impacts of these drugs, but there's also potentially negatives associated with these drugs because of some of the side effects that these drugs have that could potentially create additional medical spend as well. So we're looking at that, and we're hoping to have that out in the next couple of months.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Good point. For the nausea, some people take additional drugs like ondansetron, Zofran, which they used to just give for chemotherapy, but that's an additional cost. So this slide I'll go over super quickly. It's basically comparing the PMPM trends, the per member per month trends for plans that cover anti-diabetic drugs or cover for diabetes versus for weight loss. So you'll just see that the trend is much higher for the weight loss coverage.
And I'll say just in general, these anti-obesity, it's just been a hot topic in many states, particularly in legislative sessions. I had one of my state clients call it a budget buster because of the trends that Daljeet just mentioned, these high sustainable trends and the cost associated with these weight loss drugs. It is becoming unsustainable. The good news is things are evolving within the industry to help manage the care for those members who are taking these medications as well. So we're going to move on to dental and vision trends, FYI. Hopefully we're giving you good nuggets to have with your friends at cocktail parties or other barbecues and stuff like that as well. So dental and vision trends. Dental and vision trends in general are usually fairly stable. We're seeing in the dental side a little uptick in trends that we haven't seen previously. And one of the ideas is that there was care that was avoided during the pandemic that maybe is coming back now, and members are going to the dentist, and maybe they should have gone to the dentist a couple of years ago to have a procedure done, and they're just getting it done now. That's contributing a little bit to some of the dental trends that we're seeing, as well as just the cost of the services has gone up similar to medical. But again, we're looking at trends, below 5% in general for dental. And then similarly to vision, you can see the vision trends are very small, depending on what kind of plan you have, between 1% and 3%. These are obviously, you usually don't get the high cost claims that you get in dental and vision, or that you get in medical in dental and vision. And so the trends tend to be more flat year over year. And then Daljit is going to talk about cost management strategies. Oh, your mic is not working.
Thank you. Okay. So there are a number of strategies that can be put into place, and you've got one already in place. I mentioned the step therapy edits for the GLP-1s to make sure they're only covered for diabetes for your plan. There are also quantity limits that PBMs usually set based on FDA maximum allowable quantities, but we see they vary from PBM. I thought it would be a set amount for each PBM, but some of the smaller PBMs actually regulate them more closely, which I found interesting. And then there's pre-authorization or prior authorization to get the drug. There are other strategies like lifestyle modification. That mostly applies to coverage of these drugs for obesity. You really want to change people's habits. They can be on these drugs forever. You can go down and be on a maintenance dose, but the best thing is changing behaviors, more exercise, eating right, stuff that we all need. So those can be very helpful in studies. That's what they found. The other thing is controlling the specialty drug mix. So if you've heard, Humira came out as a biosimilar last year. There are some Humira biosimilars that can be interchangeable right at the pharmacy, just 2 of them. The rest of them have to have the doctor change the prescription. So ideally, the interchangeable ones are covered, and the pharmacist just makes the change at the pharmacy, just like they do with a generic. So we should see costs come down for Humira because of those biosimilars. And CVS just announced Stelara. A couple of biosimilars have come out. They are both interchangeable, which is really good. So we should see the cost of Stelara come down. So there are more biosimilars coming to market, which is really great news. And it seems like people are buying into them more quickly than they bought into generics. I remember in pharmacy school, we used to talk about the fact that people don't want to use a generic. It's not the same now. Most people are like, okay, fine, give me the generic, it's fine, without a problem. Because generics, when they're studied against the brands, they have to be within 10% of the efficacy of the brand. So they could be a few percentage points off. And some people, we have to look at it individually. Some people are sensitive to that. If it's only 90% effective versus the 100% for the brand, you may feel that. But most people can switch to a generic just fine. Same thing with biosimilars. They're less expensive and they are as efficacious as the brand product or the.
So when you say biosimilar, you're not talking about generic.
No, we call them biosimilars because specialty drugs are usually large protein molecules. Whereas when we talk about regular brand drugs, generic drugs, those are usually synthetic drugs. So they do testing with those differently than the biosimilars. So we call them biosimilars because they are just not the same concept as generic.
Is this kind of a sneaky way to get around the patent on the drugs, or?
No.
No?
It's just that specialty drugs are made so differently. They are a protein product that's put together, kind of like a natural product versus this synthetic this synthetic products that are made, these tablets that are crunched. So these are usually injectables. They're usually temperature sensitive. They have to be refrigerated. So they're more of a biological product. So they're different. And that's why we call them biosimilars.
So how long will it be before we start seeing generics of these hit the marketplace? How many more years?
The biosimilars hitting the marketplace?
Well, the generics to these GLP-1s, I mean, there's going to ultimately be a generic version of, I would think, of these drugs.
Yes, definitely.
So
There are
is-
patents, so it's going to be a while. It will definitely be a while.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I would have expected an oral semaglutide like the Rybelsus, I would expected that to come out generically. But now that they're studying that for weight loss in different strengths, they'll get another patent. So there won't be, that'll push off the generic even more. It's going to be a long time. I'd say, yeah, at least a decade. I'll be in my 70s. I won't care how much I weigh. So there are some other strategies here. That was the biggest one, controlling the specialty drug mix, is we need to get more utilization of biosimilars. As soon as they come out, they need to hit the formularies. That's what PBMs are doing. That's exactly what we want to see. We want the PBMs being active in communication with members, saying, there's a biosimilar, how about switching to that? Or even going to the provider and saying, switch to that. So we're going to see a lot of that, which is great news.
Right. So moving to the medical cost strategies, I think one of the big things we're seeing is obviously with data and the technology that we can use today to really dive into the data and understand what are the cost drivers. And this is primarily for self-funded plans, but again, another little topic for broader discussion. These are a top strategy we're seeing across the country, to seeing like, what are these drivers? Or is it providers? Is it the treatment? What is the best value? What are the influences of the program and performance of the program? So part of what I do along with my team is we look at all the data that's coming in to say, okay, where is quote unquote the fat, and how can we help manage the cost and the trends for the members, but also for our clients. And then one of the things, and I know this is a really busy slide, but as we've been talking about cancer treatment and prevention, this is a top driver that we've seen in your membership, but also across the country. And this is really kind of a journey to explore of how do members get supported when they have a cancer treatment, or how do they even prevent it? And so on the left-hand side is, how do you prevent it? Well, it's making sure the members are going in and getting the testing that they need to really catch if they end up having, unfortunately, a cancer diagnosis, but really going in and for those testing is really important, then to detect it and diagnose it, and then the treatments. And so what's the best treatment? And there's a lot of different alternatives that have been, entities are looking at is, how can we best support the member on this journey and for treatment? Is it second opinions? Is it, looking at making sure that the drugs that they're getting is appropriate? I'll say, when I worked at a healthcare provider, it's interesting that sometimes we see the cancer drugs coming in and for a prescription from the doctor, and it's not for the indication of cancer that the member has. And so there's an intervention to doctor conversation of what's the best protocol moving forward. And then these last two, I think, are really important for your membership too, is how do you support that member in this entire journey? And really that caregiver support is really important. I know some of your plans provide some of that caregiver support and end of life and survivorship, and how do the members handle that journey, which can be really overwhelming for families, right? Especially, as I dealt with my father last year, and I know the healthcare industry, and he's in a Medicare Advantage plan, and it took me and my sister-in-law days and days and days to figure out how to help him in his healthcare journey. And if we weren't there, I don't know if he'd be here today, because we were actively managing the care that he was giving. So having, that support and help, and I would say the Medicare Advantage, we were on the plans talking to them and helping, like, what do we do? What do we need to do? What is support we need to do? What is the information we need? So I know some of your plans have that, and it's a really important thing for your members. This is something that may not relate to you all, but we just wanted to let you know of what's happening out there broadly is revisiting plan design. So a lot of today, because of the trends that we're seeing, many entities are looking at their plan designs, making sure they're giving proper incentive for the right care at the right time for the right services. So making sure ER utilization is appropriate. Is there other alternatives? Is there telemedicine that could be utilized by the member? Is there urgent care center that's available to the member? And then, we talked about biosimilars. That's the hot topic right now in many plans with Humira coming out, again, with biosimilars, but there's also track of other biosimilars coming out as well. And then step therapy, right? Step therapy is a big thing for members to make sure that, like, in order to get to this really expensive drug, there may be other drugs and medications that are appropriate for that member that are less costly to the plan, and they may do and provide good quality care to that member. And so there's sometimes a step therapy process involved. The other thing that has been a top medical cost strategy that we've seen across the country is enhancing behavioral health, particularly post-pandemic. And so making sure that you're looking at things broadly to the members, because we have seen, and the data will say, that if a member has a behavioral health diagnosis along with other medical conditions, their costs are higher if that behavioral health component is not supported. And so now medical plans and health plans are seeing, like, okay, this is part of the stool that we need to support our members on the behavioral health side. I'd say in general for older age membership, there's still a stigma, right, out there for getting behavioral health services. Like my dad and mom, everything's fine. And so they're not going to get any kind of services because there's a stigma around it. I think the younger generation and younger population, they're more open to do that. And then I know with 4 minutes left, I'm going to move on to the pharmacy side.
Okay. And I'll just barely touch on this. So plan benefit design you've covered with the PBM contract review. So we definitely look at your PBM contract, and things are changing every day. With these biosimilars coming out, the PBMs are saying, well, you've got a rebate guarantee and it's a minimum amount. But because a biosimilar has come out for Humira and we were paying you these rebates, we're going to reduce these rebates and give you a rebate credit. So we're making sure CVS provides us documentation saying, this is how we've been hit. We're not getting as much money from the maker of Humira, so we have to cut the rebate guarantees. We're making sure that's appropriate. So it's really important to monitor that PBM contract, changes happening in the marketplace every day, and to renegotiate every chance we get, or to push them for more, is what we do on the renewals. So I don't think CVS likes us very much, but it's our job to make sure you get the best possible. Next one is.
And they just gave us 2 more minutes, so yay.
Okay, great. So the next one, limited use of formulary management. So you've got, because the formulary is based on CMS standards, you've got more coverage of drugs than most plans have. So we don't have to worry about limited use of formulary management. Plans do that to save money. Like I talked about before, you pit drugs against each other. You save more money when the manufacturers give you better deals. And then clinical controls, we also talked about utilization programs and clinical programs. Those are really important. So I mentioned about behavioral health management with anti-obesity drugs. I don't know, you probably have a diabetic disease management program to help people understand diabetes, how to eat, what causes the blood sugars to go up, how to better take care of themselves and give them the support that they need, because that's really difficult. On the next slide, So it's all about biosimilars. I think we talked about a lot of this. So some plans have tiered plan designs so that it's a lower copay for the biosimilars, just like there's a lower copay for generics. The formularies having the biosimilars as preferred options. The other big one is education and outreach to members. So just letting members know these drugs are the same. Don't worry about efficacy because it's been tested. And just talking to them about the savings with these drugs is a big deal if there's pushback.
Mr.
We
Chairman?
have 4 minutes for questions.
Can I ask a
Good.
question?
Good.
Can you go back to the negotiation of drug prices and who is actually involved in the negotiation? And another layer to that would be what kind of public policy type of initiatives or public policy things do we need to be aware of that we could impact that also impacts the pricing?
Okay, big question. I'm going to throw the public policy to Amy after I answer as much as I can, and let me know if you. So, when I worked at Blue Shield of California, we had a rebate contracting person. That's all he did. So he negotiated contracts with pharmaceutical companies, and sometimes I'd sit in because it was really an interesting process. But he was just making deals, left and right, making deals. Okay, we'll put Enbrel on the formulary, and you talk to Amgen and say, we'll put Enbrel on the formulary, and we won't cover this other drug. So what can you do for us? Or what are you going to mandate? Like what % of utilization numbers do we need to reach to get to these numbers? So it's a whole process that happens with each PBM. They have rebate negotiations and they have contracts. When we audit your claims and we do a rebate audit, we can only get to so many of these contracts. They prevent us from getting to a lot of them because they'll say these are confidential. So, and now these PBMs have formed GPOs, group purchasing organizations. They formed their own company and said, oh, it's one more layer. They'll say, you can't get to these contracts because they're with our group purchasing organization. So when we do our negotiations, we say, we need to get to these contracts. So right now in our RFPs, we ask, can we get to at least 70% of the rebate revenue contracts behind that revenue and audit you? And most of the PBMs are saying yes, but we want to get to 100%. So what's happening with public policy is the government wants manufacturers or the PBMs to pass through 100% of rebates. Don't say that my GPO is going to take a part of that money. All of it needs to come back to the plans. And I'm really hoping we get there. And I don't know if you have anything.
Completely agree. And I think that this is something that we see also in some of, even at the executive order level that we talked about earlier, is the transparency with the PBMs, having that understanding and perhaps, banning different things like the spread pricing, all of it. If there is one theme that's happening right now, it's exactly what you're hitting on. And I think that is well said.
So then what kind of actions should we be taking as an organization to move that along? And maybe not just this one organization, but, multiple institutional groups that are buying health plans for their employees.
I think there's a lot of lobbying going on, right? And that's what we're counting on. I think everybody. You want to speak more to that?
I think that it's also part, yes, I think this conversation is very live, very active. And from the federal perspective, I think it's a matter of, watching to where the themes are, where ultimately we're going to go. But yes, I agree. From that lobbying perspective, we're seeing a great deal of this, ultimately what will come into law and see what happens.
Mm-hmm. And then a couple of years ago, the years passed so quickly, I want to say a year ago, it was probably 2 years ago, but Blue Shield of California they wanted to dump their PBM and go straight to Amazon and work with Amazon as their vendor. It didn't quite shake out. It's more difficult than they thought, But there are companies that are trying to get around these PBMs. But I'm hoping legislation passes and there's more pass-through and it doesn't have to come to plans having to do that work.
So is there legislation that's being proposed that we should be monitoring?
Again, I think this is what, right now at the federal level, there is the executive orders and the theme of that. Stay tuned for what's happening, at least from a federal perspective. From the perspective of the state, I think we're also sort of watching, each state is looking at this very carefully, but we can certainly keep you up to date on what we're looking at.
Okay, well, I'd like to see that information from, our own staff that monitors legislation and, whatever input you can bring.
Yes, and through the chair, Robbins, Trustee Moore, that's exactly some of the things that we're looking at with our federal and state lobbyists, is making sure we have a pulse of the bills, not only in Sacramento, but also, to Amy's point, keeping a pulse of what's going on with the executive orders. And then just, it's a universal thing, not only retiree health plans, but just plans in general are monitoring, pharmaceutical costs and healthcare costs in general. So we'll make sure that we keep kind of a list. Barry keeps a list of some of those healthcare related bills that we should be monitoring.
Yeah, Barry and we get weekly list of these legislation for us to monitor. So I usually compare it with what I'm working with Siegel, and looking at the list that's provided by our lobbyists and stuff on a weekly basis.
And Shane Duche, our lobbyist, is really good on this stuff. We've been working with everybody on it, so.
Well,
Because hope's not a tactic, right?
Yeah,
It's just not.
the wheels just grind too slow.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I got a couple things. Trustee Keough brought up a point about clear speak about regarding premium offsets, right? And I agree with him. We have to be clear about that. We want to make sure that through whatever process, that inflation increase. But I think in context to your point, specifically with that cap developed at about $1 million in 82, that's where I think there's a clear difference, and that we really have to address that, because I think your point is that 82 prices, if you look at a 10-year CPI spread, $1 back in 2015 needs $1.30 to buy the same thing now, right? Roughly. Thanks, Mr. Granger, if he's here for I can talk about smoothing and no smoothing and, whatever. Anyway, but the offsets, that's important. I mean, like I said, Trustee Keough is correct. I mean, we can't deliver an improper message as far as what's happening with our premiums, but that cap, it hasn't kept up with inflation, and $1 million. And with the ACA eliminating that for active people, but not applied to retirees, when you said in your presentation, everything, we all know that mostly that's when people are going to need that expensive coverage, and one procedure could hit that cap. So efforts, and Mr. Rice will be very proud of me for saying this out loud about the clear, bright line between plan administration and plan sponsorship or design. And it was in your PowerPoint presentation about the plan designer should. But we here at LACERA only administer that. And, so it's good points, but as a fiduciary, I feel that I can speak on this as far as that cap limitations. It's something you said last night about basically 80% of people are paying these premiums for 20% that are using it. And so here's my point, and I hope I can draw a tethering to it. If we have pensioners hitting that cap, and the other thing I want to point out too, after PEPRA, we don't have dependent care spending for our membership. So if you have a minor child and you retire, or your spouse and you were hired post 2013, those dependents do not get healthcare coverage, my understanding, if that's correct. And that's unfortunate. Now, some other mechanism can take care of that, through a dependent care spending account or something like that. But in conjunction, those two things, a cap, a limit on that, and a procedure, I theorize as a fiduciary, I feel it's responsible to lobby and to push the plan designer to increase that cap, because I see it as that cost impacting us, right? And I'm asking you as the expert on this, that 80-20 spread, if we start having retirees hit this cap, and someone's going to have to burden that cost. They're not going to unplug somebody because the bill hit $1,001,001. So that's going to come somewhere. And yeah, I would ask if you could expand on that. Like, is my theory correct? If we start having people have this and we haven't kept up with the Joneses, so to speak, as far as this cap, could it not impact all ships in this in our healthcare programs?
So is there additional cost to eliminate the lifetime maximum? Yes, but you're spreading a handful of people over lots of other people. And so the impact to the plan may not be as large as you may anticipate and think it's going to be because of the law of insurance, right? So, and we've priced this out and with LACERA about what the cost impact would be. But yes, would there be additional costs? Yes, but it is mitigated because that cost is being spread out over a wider, large body of membership.
So if the cap was maintained and it wasn't paced out with inflation, it theoretically the opposite of that, it could cost more then because it's not being spread out, right?
Well, the member is hitting it, so the member is bearing the burden of any of the costs, right? If they've hit that lifetime maximum, then the plan's not picking up any more insurance for that member, and so the burden then goes 100% onto the retiree.
Through the chair, Chair Robbins and Trustee Green, I want to just talk about just the lifetime max in terms of our responsibility as LACERA. And there's going to be a presentation later that talks about the 82 agreement, the 94 amendment. We don't see this the same as kind of the pension administration kind of having that bright line. For us, with the 82 agreement and 94 amendment, we have parity in there where it states that the active plans and retiree plans have to have parity. And with the lifetime max being present in the retiree plans, it doesn't provide that parity. So LACERA does have an obligation to ensure that we have that parity. So to that end, we are obligated to make sure that we eliminate it. So we're not out of bounds to make sure that lifetime max is eliminated, ensuring that the county understands and is keeping their commitment as it relates to that 94 amendment. And again, Jean and Cassandra will be covering that later this afternoon to really kind of parse out some of that language.
Mr. Lugo, that's very encouraging. I love to hear that. I guess simply put, just to your actuarial experience, is it going to cost more money if you maintain a cap? And if you eliminate the cap, would it save money?
If you maintain the cap, it would not cost the plan any more money, but it could potentially put the burden onto the members. If you eliminate the cap, there could be additional cost to the plan, but again, it's mitigated because you're spreading that cost over a broader membership of folks who would not, are not projected to hit the cap, but it would lessen the burden to the member.
But I mean, but also too, if I have cancer and I'm 75 years old and then they hit me with a $500,000 bill, and so somebody's going to have to eat that cost. Sorry, did I just tell on myself? So, but my point is that won't theoretically increase premiums because they're going to have to, if that starts happening, when is that going to cost more? And then
Again,
ultimately,
it will increase, but again, not maybe to the extent you think it would be because it's being spread over, that cost is being spread over all of the membership.
Can I interrupt? I think what will happen, as I understand it, is if I have cancer and I hit the cap, what I'm likely to do is switch my coverage from Blue Cross to Kaiser or one of our other plans, one of the HMO plans. I'll still be entitled, if I'm a LACERA member, I mean, if we're talking about people within our program, I'm still entitled to health insurance. I'll be forced to leave my PPO and go to one of the HMO plans. So I won't be without health insurance if I choose not to be. I won't be required on my own to spend the $500,000 for my treatment. But in the middle of a catastrophic illness, suddenly I've got to go to new doctors and new facilities and a whole bunch of stuff where I'm switching my medical care at the time when continuity of care could be most important in my whole lifetime.
Bobby, I appreciate that. That's what I'm saying. Like with a cap, that company now that you're switching to, now there's a de facto pass-through cost to them because now they're taking on another problem. So that's what I mean. It's going to increase premiums, which will.
Well, sure. I mean, I think realistically, it could wind up increasing what Kaiser winds up charging. You're really just talking about, it's a shell game and you're moving the shells all over the table. And so right now, the shells are lined up with Blue Cross having some and the member having some. And instead, if you hit that cap, then some of those shells move over to Kaiser or whatever. And eventually the Kaiser tree of shells gets longer. So I think that's a good point, but it doesn't, your analogy doesn't work to me anyway, if you stay within the same insurer. You have to recognize that the costs are being moved to a different plan. And when it's the county paying for all of the plans, at some point, this cost is going to come back around to the county no matter what.
Yeah.
Whether it comes back around
Yeah,
through Blue
that's-
Cross or comes back around through the HMOs.
That's what I'm getting at. I mean, maybe I'm having trouble articulating, there is premium offsets, like Mr. Keough said, but the cap is technically it's going to cost more money for all management systems, all premium costs. They're going to match it through their lobbyists to increase that, and so that's what I'm trying to say. The cap is going to cost us more money, especially people living longer and whatnot. Eliminating the cap because of that balancing, that eventually it will be a cost savings. So that's something that should be, highlighted. And thank you for educating me on the switching things. But yeah, if someone has to adopt somebody else's problem, they're like, well, we keep getting people from Blue Cross Blue Shield, and now we're going to have to bump it up because we have this regimen of treatment. So anyway, thank you.
So the overall offset amount that we were working with over the last year or more has, according to Anthem, been a little less than 1%. So that's what that cost that you're looking at. But Ms. Fedler is correct. We do assist the members in moving from Anthem to another plan. So it's just really shifting primarily the cost to the plan sponsor, because most of the people have over 25 years, and that cost is 1% or less.
Thank you.
Through the chair, we'll take a 15-minute break and back at 11:15.
Recording in progress.
Where's mine?
Good morning, everyone. It's still morning, right? Yeah, not for much longer. My name is Lynn Chilton. I'm a registered nurse and I work with CVS Accordant HealthSpire Payer Solutions. We manage the care management portion of the CVS Caremark contract for LACERA retirees. I just got a thing, my connection was unstable. Okay, all right. I saw unstable and I was like, oh no. A little background about myself. Like I said, I am a registered nurse. I've been a nurse for 32 years. I started my career off in the operating room doing open heart surgery. And I did that for about 17 years before I switched over to kind of education and nursing administration. When my children were in high school and middle school, I wanted to be closer to them, so I went a little different direction. But after my youngest son graduated from high school and went away to college, I came to work for CVS Accordant. When I first started 7 years ago with the company, I was on the education side and did orientation for all of our new clinical hirees, as well as our customer service representatives that help support the Accordant program. I then transitioned to the position of a clinical advisor on the Accordant side. It's a little different than a clinical advisor on the PBM side. The PBM clinical advisors are pharmacists. We're all registered nurses. And what we do and how we support the contract and the client, as well as the members, we are client-facing, help support the sales side, the PBM side, as well as the clinical side. We take information back to our nursing teams. If there's any information about benefits, things like that, that could be beneficial that our clinicians can use while they're speaking to your members, the clinical advisors do that. So that's a little bit of background about myself, what I do for Accordant, and what we do. So I'm going to pause there for any questions.
So just for the trustees, AccordantCare is the disease management that you just heard Daljeet mention in the last presentation. There are disease management side of the Anthem Blue Cross plans. So members that are diagnosed with some of these rare or chronic conditions, they have the option of going through this disease management. I say option because they have to opt in, so it's not an automatic thing. But there is a benefit there for them and people to talk to, help them ask questions that they need to when they go to see their providers and answer questions once they've seen their providers. Those are the nurses and all that they call and talk with.
Thank you for clarifying that, Cassandra. Today, we're going to have an overview of the Accordant program, talk a little bit about what it is, what we do, how we support your members. I'll talk about the nursing support, how it's very specialized and really makes us stand out among other care management products. Then we'll talk about a member journey where I'll show you kind of a pathway from identification as eligible for the program to engagement, and then the support, continued support that our nurses provide. There are some slides in the appendix that will have some more information. I'm not going to go into that level of detail. However, if you have any questions, please reach out to Cassandra or to my colleague Sandra, and we can get those questions answered. So with that, I will go ahead and dive into the Accordant program. Chronic conditions really do comprise the largest part of the healthcare spend for companies. The Accordant program supports members with one of 20 rare chronic conditions, and there is a list of those conditions on a further slide. Conditions that really do drive members to the hospital, things that have lots of comorbid conditions that go along with them. So if a member is identified based on eligibility files or pharmacy claims as having one of these chronic conditions, they are automatically eligible for the Accordant program. We don't risk stratify as far as level of disease progression. Someone who is just diagnosed with MS, has very few symptoms, is just as eligible, is marked as eligible for the program, just like someone who is in the later stages of MS or one of the conditions that we do manage. So if a member has been identified as eligible, they become, like I said, eligible for our program, and we begin the outreach process. And I'll talk a little bit about the outreach and engagement process further on into the presentation. We employ over 300 nurses across the United States. Our nurses are licensed in all 50 states. So we have a very robust licensure department that makes sure that all 50 states are represented with our nurses so that they can manage members all across the United States. In addition to those nurses that we have that are the frontline workers on the phone with your members, we have resource specialists. Our resource specialists are licensed clinical social workers by training, and they help come alongside the nurses and help members with economic issues, social determinant of health, things like that. Again, I'll get into that a little bit more further into the presentation. We have a medical advisory board, and we are 33 physicians strong now in our medical advisory board. These are physicians, most of them work at the academic level. They're professors at medical schools. These are the folks that we use to help write our educational materials, help develop the evidence-based guidelines for the interventions in the nursing care and support that we provide. And they are also there available for our nurses to consult if there's a particularly problematic issue with a member. If we really have tried everything and we can't resolve an issue, they also will reach out and speak to the member's physicians if needed. So we really do have lots of layers of support there. Included in the 300 plus nurses that we employ, we have a case management department. That's a little bit different from traditional case management in that our case managers come in if there's an escalated need. Our registered nurses, our health management nurses, work proactively. Our case managers work reactively. So if we identify a barrier, a problem, a particular issue with a member, we can refer over to our case management department, and they come in and just really focus in on one or two barriers that we're having issues with. Once that has happened, then the member goes back to their assigned health management nurse. And we do keep members with the same nurses for continuity, helps really build that relationship. We're speaking to the members at a minimum of quarterly, and it's much easier to talk to somebody that you feel like you know. So we try to really minimize how often we switch nurses, and we really don't do that at all unless we have to with your members. I'll pause there. Any questions about how our clinical structure is based? Okay.
So when the nurses communicate with members, is it just a phone call or is it a Zoom call?
We have several ways to communicate. We are primarily a telephonic management company, so that is our primary way of communicating. However, we do have some digital channels, and I'll talk a little bit about that as well. Did I hear somebody have a question? Okay. We do have a Health Optimizer app. I'm not going to get into this a lot, but just this is a fairly new feature. That's one of the ways that the member can communicate with the nurse. It has lots of information about their comorbid conditions. I'll just say this, with the retiree population, we see less usage of this app than across our book of business. However, LACERA members really are becoming more engaged digitally. And I do have a slide that talks about that. But there are symptom trackers in this, and it really feeds the care plan that the nurse develops for your members over into this app. So that's one way they can communicate. Another way they can communicate is via text and email. We use Epic as our electronic medical record system. That is used by 80% of healthcare organizations across the country. So it's one that's really used a lot. If a member's physician is on the Epic platform, then we're able to use my chart and see, once we have permission from the member, we can see any office visits, any tests they've had done, x-rays, things like that. So that's another way that we can communicate and really know what's going on with the member. Any comments or questions about that? We talked a little bit about the licensed clinical social workers. We really do focus on social determinants of health because that's a driving force in healthcare and in the overall health and well-being of members. If we identify a member who has issues or trouble getting to their doctor's appointments, if they're having trouble paying their copays for medication, if they need resources in their home like a ramp or grab bars, something like that, then we contact our resource specialist. They get in touch with the member themselves and offer resources that are geographic in nature for those members. And then once that issue barrier's been resolved, the resource specialist can back out, and then the health management nurse does resolve that quarterly outreach to your members. This was, the resource specialist, as you can imagine, really did do a great job during COVID because we ran into lots of problems. The members, didn't have access to their health care as they did before COVID. And the resource specialist really made sure that we did not suffer lots of gaps in care for your membership. They worked very hard. So this is the member journey. I'm going to walk through identification, engagement, development of a care plan, and then how we continue support with this Ruth member who is eligible for enrollment into the Accorda program. So we got claims data that this member had one of the chronic conditions that's supported by Accorda. Once that eligibility file came over, we sent a letter out to Ruth. And the letter is a welcome letter just saying, as a benefit, free of charge to you, benefit, you are eligible for this program, the AccordantCare program. We explain a little bit about the program, give some visuals for the member to look at so they understand a little bit about what benefit is available. And we like to do that because about 6 days after we send that letter, we start making those outreach calls. And the hope is when they see the come over on their caller ID that, oh, I saw that letter. Let me see what this call is about. So we begin those outreach calls 6 days after we send that initial welcome letter. Once we get in touch with the member and they agree to participate in our program, they are assigned a primary health management nurse. Once that happens, the primary health management nurse calls the member, reaches them telephonically, does an assessment. Included in the health assessment, we do a risk assessment or a depression screening. It's a PHQ-2 and then a PHQ-9. We do those twice a year with members. If we identify any needs for behavioral health, we make sure that we connect the member with the right place for behavioral health support. So that's included in the first assessment. Then we set up a cadence to speak to the member at a minimum of quarterly. Once we get the member engaged, we develop a nursing care plan based on evidence-based interventions, based on the member's diagnosis, comorbid conditions, health history. The nurse then follows that care plan, shares that with the member's PCP or disease specialist because we really want to stay lockstep with the care plan that the physician has for the member. We go over medication management with the member, do medication reconciliation, make sure that they have access to their medication. They're not having any trouble picking it up. If they're going on vacation, they have adequate refills, things like that. So Ruth received that medication education after she met with her primary nurse. Then we talked a little bit about stress. The member did that depression screening, the PHQ-2. The nurse was able to provide some motivational interviewing, some tips and tricks on things to maybe decrease Ruth's stress level. Then they went over the care plan, and the member does agree, yes, I do think these are interventions, these are issues I'm having, I do want to work on these interventions. And that is what guides previous conversations and previous engagement opportunities with the nurse and the member. The member was having financial problems or some problems paying for her medication. Resource specialist came involved, got in touch with Ruth, reached out, provided some resources for medication help to help with those expenses, and that got resolved. So now the nurse and Ruth have a very collaborative relationship. They speak at least quarterly. However, Ruth has the number. She can call her primary nurse anytime she wants to. She can email her. She can message her on my chart to discuss anything if a need comes up before that quarterly outreach. And that was kind of fast about initiation and then continued support. So I'll pause there if you have any questions or comments about how we kind of support your members throughout their journey. Okay. Going to talk a little bit about the LACERA membership population and engagement. So the top 3 conditions for the LACERA membership, and we do see this across the book of business, is rheumatoid arthritis, Parkinson's disease, and epilepsy. Of the population that is eligible for support with AccordantCare, stays about between 19 and 19.5%. We do look at this monthly to make sure, but right now it's currently at about 19% for your engaged population that is participating in the Accordant program. The interactive status is the status we talked about. Ruth, the example I gave, would be an interactive member. We have a status called self-directed. This is for folks who maybe feel like they're pretty well managed. They have a good grasp on their symptoms. They really don't need that focused quarterly support. However, they would still like to take opportunities to have any mailings or education, any reminders that we send out for vaccines or routine health screenings. And they also have the ability to call in, email, text anytime throughout that. We just don't do that scheduled quarterly call. However, we do try to reach out to these members about every 6 months, just checking in, letting them know that we're still here. They always have that option to flip back over to that interactive status. The female population is higher. We see this across the book of business. Just by nature of these conditions, they are more prevalent in females, most of the conditions that we do cover. So pause there for any questions or comments. Yes, ma'am.
I'm a little confused here. The chart that you have up there shows all of the LACERA members that are now participating in Accordant. Is that right? So it's only 324 total?
Of the eligible members. The eligible population are those members that have one of those chronic conditions.
Right. And of those eligible members, 324 have chosen to participate in the program?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your question. You can see the pie chart. The majority of your membership, 65 to 84 is the age, and that's what you would expect. So that's good. And we do find that folks that are on that age range are very, very interactive. They do love the support. They love that it's a telephonic program. They really get connected and get close to their nurse, and the nurse gets close to them. So the LACERA population really has longevity of those members that are in the program. And I don't think I mentioned, once they are identified as eligible, there's no graduation date. It's not like we manage them for 2 years or 5 years. As long as they are still eligible based on diagnosis and coverage, they can stay in the program forever. So I just wanted to call that out. Any comments or questions? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So if somebody was not contacted, how would they get connected with this program?
If they are eligible and have come over on an eligibility file, they're going to have that contact attempted. However, we do take self-referrals. So if a member becomes aware of that this is a benefit of LACERA, I think LACERA has it in their newsletter or on their website that this is out there. The member can call in and self-refer.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
So you talked about the member resource center. So if there's a financial need, you help get them to, so what does that entail? What resources are available?
Our resource specialists use a very large database that has resources within that member's geographic location. They also have resources, lots of pharmaceutical company resources will have waivers or coupons, things like that, if it's a need with a medication. So our resource specialists tap into all available resources, talk to the member and say, you know, we've identified three places near you that could possibly help with XYZ. And then the member can reach out, and then we do follow up and make sure that that gap was closed or that barrier has been eliminated. Did that help? Okay. So this is the population that is eligible but not engaged. So that means they have been identified as eligible based on coverage and diagnosis, but they've not yet engaged in the program. And it just breaks down some reasons why they have not yet engaged in the program. It could be that we couldn't get in touch with them. We've tried, we did the letter, we've done the phone calls, and we do 6 phone calls within 8 weeks to try to get those members on the phone. We just can't get in touch with them. We do use a third-party vendor that helps with demographic information. However, we are getting the contact information straight over from Anthem to get in touch with these folks. So that's one reason they might not engage. Another reason is they just might decline. Either they feel that they are well managed, they don't really understand how we could help them. But we do talk to them about that. And then we have a small portion that feel like it could be a confidentiality thing. And that's typical of the population, especially an older population. We find that older, over 50 age group, that's what they're concerned with a little bit more than younger folks. So those are some reasons why we may not have yet engaged the member. So does that help you? Do you have any questions about that? Okay. We do continue to attempt to reach these members. If we have called them the 6 times in 8 weeks, we do try to call every 8 weeks after that until about 6 months. So we really feel like we are doing exhaustive measures to get in touch with these members and really get them connected with the program.
I do have one question or comment that the physicians that have diagnosed these conditions are under contract with Anthem, correct? And so they should be aware of this benefit or this program. Has there been any effort to encourage any effort that you know of by Anthem to encourage the physicians to communicate with their patients about the benefits of this kind of care? I mean, when you mention that they're worried about confidentiality or something like that, I would think some of those anxieties could be assuaged if your doctor says, hey, here's this other thing that is available and will really help, blah, 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 blah. But I don't know how. It would seem to me that would have to be within Anthem to close that gap somehow.
And you're right, for Anthem or the carrier or provider to communicate. We do send a letter out to the member's physician once they have been identified and have agreed to participate in the program. We send a letter out and it says, hi, X person has decided or is participating in the AccordantCare program. This is what we offer. This is what we can do. So the hope is that, a physician will see that and remember maybe getting that. And then that continues to be a struggle of making providers aware, just to be honest.
Yeah, but what you're talking about happens after
After.
someone's already agreed.
Right.
I'm suggesting some more global process where, I mean, you only have like 10 or 12 conditions up here. The physicians that are likely to be diagnosing patients with this, or when the diagnosis comes in from a physician, that a letter could go out then, and that comes from you guys or from Blue Cross or whatever, and says, hey, you know, you just diagnosed your patient Bobby Fessler with rheumatoid arthritis, and we wanted to make sure you were aware that we're going to be reaching out to Ms. Fessler and encourage her because we can offer all this extra stuff. And, you know, perhaps you would be interested in encouraging her to explore the benefits that we can offer, or explain to her how those benefits can help her manage this condition, et cetera. It doesn't sound like that linkage is happening, and that might go a long way toward increasing the participation in the program.
By confidentiality laws and our consent process, we cannot speak to the physician until we have permission from the member.
Okay, but Blue Cross can, I mean, the Anthem can, they get the diagnosis, they get the information, as soon as they're aware
Right.
of it, they're in a position as the insurer to have access to that diagnosis and the patient's name, et cetera. I don't understand why they're not taking the proactive step to notify my physician of the fact that, you know, that they're processing this through so that I can be contacted by this great resource, et cetera.
I will have our account executive on the Accordant side. She couldn't be here. Her name is Dee McSween. I'll talk to her about that and see if she has a contact at Anthem and maybe connect that and see.
And one of the things that we do, Ms. Fessler, we do periodically try to get Anthem and CVS, all of us in the same room, to try to forge these conversations and processes that could take effect as a result of the collaboration of the three. And so that is something that we can also take back to Anthem.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, in support of my fellow trustees' comments, I mean, looking at the chart, I mean, you know, you spoke of confidentiality, it's only 34 of the total, and but, you know, the significant amount is unknown or refuses to answer with a close follow-up of other. I don't know what other reasons. And it looks like the program already identifies these outreaches, but I think, to your point, is kind of being the squeaky wheel because of the benefits of the program, right? So
Yeah.
bridging that gap, and I appreciate what you say, that you guys try and take it to do that, but, you know, that squeaky wheel gets the grease, and, you know, the confidentiality seems inconsequential to actually, you know, the other reasons. And what's other, by the way? Just,
I know personally from experience, we've had in the past a history of members, for whatever reason, not wanting to participate. I've had some members call me as a result of getting a call from Accordant, either are in denial. They may be getting prescribed something that's off-label. And so when Accordant and they get that information, they're looking at it for what that drug is normally prescribed for. And so they outreach the member for that information, and the member will say, well, I don't have that, and just strictly deny and don't want to take part in it.
Gotcha. I
So
understand.
there's various reasons
yeah.
that
you
we
know,
hear. Some of them in the past have been, it's my story time, call me back later. So,
Yeah.
so yeah, we hear quite a few
I
different
want to go
stories.
there. I like stories.
Or my nap time.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, it's like anything, you know, misinformation or lack of information, whether intentional or unintentional, sometimes can, you know, produce results. The more we can outreach, but it, you know, it takes bandwidth, and, but yeah, there is a lot of benefits to the program, right?
And then also, just as a little background history for some of these that they're unable to contact or get through to the member, we actually try to work with Accordant to make sure that the most current information we have, such as a phone number, is on file that they have that they're trying to call.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thanks for all the questions. Thank you for answering that for me. And what to Cassandra's point, a lot of these conditions, like she said, are in denial, and we do see that quite a bit because the member does have to confirm, yes, their name, their date of birth, and yes, I have this condition. And some members don't want anybody in their family to know. They're afraid something's going to come to their home or something, so they'll say, no, I don't have it. However, we're still receiving that eligibility because their medical claims say that. So that falls into that other, like you said. So thank you for that. And I've already went into this with some good detail about the first contact, how we get in touch with the members, how often we try to engage the members, the participation options that we talked about the nursing practice and how we do that primary health management nurse, and then integration with data. We can outreach to the physician once we have that information or that permission from the member, talk about labs, talk about appointments. We can call the physician and help the member make appointments if that's a problem or a barrier for the member. So we really do focus on wrapping around the member, providing proactive and whole person support, really driving the needle forward to decrease the amount of healthcare dollars that are spent, for sure, decrease symptoms that these members are having, help them recognize the symptoms, and provide some strategic ways that they can minimize those symptoms and really help improve their overall quality of health. We also have support for family members. That's one of the things that the resource specialist can do, is offer respite care, because it's very stressful, very time-consuming and tiring sometimes to take care of members with these chronic conditions, and it's burnout. That's one of the things that we saw a lot during COVID as well, because kids were home, parents were home. Somebody may find themselves taking care of two parents with a chronic condition and 3 kids. That's going to be an issue. So we really did see an uptick on that kind of support during COVID as well. So any comments or questions about how we support the membership?
So as a pharmacist, just thinking about the possibility where, so CVS owns your own retail network, would there be any ability to reach these members at the pharmacy, at the point of service, for CVS to have some sort of messaging or something to the pharmacy, and maybe the pharmacist attaches a pamphlet about the program, or just
Good
trying to...
question. Yes, we do that. And they can put it on the bag. Yeah, the pamphlet bag when they pick up their prescription. We have outreach to all the pharmacies. They're aware of this program, and they do provide information to members.
That's the paper I pull
What's it?
off and throw away immediately.
And that may be did not reach because.
Yeah. And could it be done in such a way? Like, could it be this nice, colorful? I don't know. There's got to be a way. I'm just trying to think outside the box here, because it's a valuable program.
It's a great program, and it really it does improve lives, and it helps healthcare costs, as evidenced by we have a high cost list that we get that has the top 25 of your members for all medical spend, and that includes inpatient, outpatient, if they go to an infusion center, medication. But we can see that, and our nurses look at that, can outreach to those members that are engaged in the program. Okay, it looks like you've had 5 hospitalizations in the last 3 months. Let's talk about what's going on. And we see and have evidence that decreases, and that things like that are really improved with the support and engagement of our program. By the same token, we have the top 25 unengaged, and we do target those. If we see really high cost, we really kind of ramp up what we do to get those members engaged, because we want to help them improve their life and decrease the healthcare spend for them. So we have quite a vast array of tools that we can use to really help identify these members and support them and improve their life and quality of health. Any comments or questions there? So that is all I have prepared. I would love to answer questions. I think we still have a little time maybe. There are some slides in the appendix that I would love for you guys to take a look at. If you have any questions, just reach out. Cassandra can let you know how to get in touch with me or Sandra. Happy to answer any questions, and I'm always available, email, phone. I love talking about the good work that we do to support your members.
Prior to HIPAA becoming really big, I had the fortunate opportunity to visit the call center and all the nurses that were actually counseling and talking with our members. And it's something to be seen and very respectful. Our members that they were speaking to were really happy to be talking to someone, but we got to get them to that stage where they actually want to and look forward to talking to members. In the past, we've also had presentations that had like a little video that happened to actually be LACERA members. And so when you talk to these nurses, though, it's like they're an extension of LACERA. The same with our carriers. When we go visit them, doing my due diligence, hearing the staff that are talking to these members, it's like an extension of us. And I love hearing that.
Cassandra, along those lines, do we, at any of our health fairs or any of LACERA-sponsored events, are we hyping the value of this program, or are we in a position, I don't expect we directly receive the medical information. If I were to be diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis, you wouldn't know about it unless I told you. Okay.
Correct.
So we can't act as an advocate or an intervention, but do we have some other way of communicating that this program exists and the value of it, et cetera, et cetera? Because it seems to me what we've got is a hidden gem that will benefit our members, their extended support network, and everything else. And the usage of it is pathetic in terms of percentage. I mean, I'm really happy to see that we only have about, 1,500 people or something like that fall into these categories. That's great considering the severity of the illnesses. But people should be, I mean, the numbers should be reversed. We should have 81% of the people participating and 19% having story time or nap time or whatever and not wanting to bother. And I think if folks knew how much value there is to this, emotionally, financially, medically, and every other way, that those numbers would be reversed. It's just a key of breaking through that barrier that's there right now.
I think right now, with everything going on in the world, it's very difficult. I know we do have it in our communication. We do communicate it to our members. However, when they call, now even myself, if I don't know that number, I don't answer it. And so that becomes a difficult thing. And then on top of that, they're calling and they're saying that they're calling from Accordant on behalf of LACERA. Our members are suspicious. And so we often get calls from members saying, hey, I got a call from somebody from some place called AccordantCare. So then that's when we go in and explain, this is part of your medical plan. This is the disease management side. That is a legitimate call.
Well, you guys, you said you send a letter first and then call like 6 days later.
Correct.
Maybe that initial letter should include a cover letter from LACERA. I don't know if HIPAA would permit that or what, but if there is some kind of form letter or form communication that could be slipped into that envelope, so when it comes initially, it has some LACERA imprimatur to it.
We try to co-brand with them. So our LACERA logo is there to try to jog the members' memory.
Yeah.
Oh, this must be associated with LACERA.
Well, and maybe you want to look, I'm just suggesting that it might be worth looking at, rather than just putting our logo on there, actually having a letter signed by you that says, you know, I know this is you haven't heard of these people before, but they're part of your healthcare benefits, and these are the kinds of things that they can do for you. And I mean, like, talk them up a little bit, because our members do trust us. And if we're hand in glove with you guys when you first reach out, you might have a pretty good increase in the number of people that are receptive to at least taking your call and and then once they're in the loop, then you guys have a better opportunity of getting them to agree to participate. I don't know, just throwing out ideas, but I think that, to me, these numbers are upside down in terms of participation, and there's a reason for that. That reason should be, we should explore what that reason is and see what we can do on our end to help, whether it's pushing Anthem or participating ourselves or whatever, what we can do to address whatever the reason is that we've identified.
We will take a look at that in as much as we can without violations.
And unfortunately, we see this across the book of business. It's just engagement, participation it's a barrier. And I love hearing suggestions of how to kind of eliminate or decrease the incidence of that non-engagement, but it is something that we see across the book, and it is unfortunate because so many people are diagnosed with these conditions, and it could really improve their life and healthcare spend. So,
Have any of your clients made this a mandatory, like an opt-out program? And if so, okay.
okay.
Okay, thank you so much, Lynn. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, through the chair, we'll break for lunch and back at 1 o'clock for retiree healthcare overview. Okay, welcome back. Good afternoon, everyone. We will get started. In the afternoon session, we have the retiree healthcare overview, and we're going to pass it over to Tiona and Letha to get us started. So Tiona and Letha, take it away.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, trustees, executive, and guests. We're almost there. We have 2 more presentations, right? It's after lunch. We can do it. I'm on a timer. We're good. Okay. I'm here. My name is Tiana Fredericks, and I'm here with Letha Williams Martin, and we work in the retiree healthcare division together. I began working in healthcare administration in 1999 on both the active side and the retirement side. But I've had the pleasure of working here at LACERA for 16 years. And with that comes along I've worked with the executive, I'm currently working with the executive team on the strategic plan project, which I'm very excited about, help improve our members' experience. So before we dive into a retiree healthcare overview, what I wanted to do is kick things off with a little test to see if everybody's paying attention. Okay? Now, I've had some sidebar conversations with a few of you, and I think I might like some of the responses I get from you. How well do you know the retiree healthcare benefits program? I think I may have a few 1s and 2s in here. You can teach a class maybe, or you might know a thing or two about retiree healthcare. So by show of hands, tell me how many 1s I have in here. No 1s, come on. Come on. I'm looking at a 1 right now. Come on. Okay, no pressure, no pressure. Yeah, no pressure. Any 2s? Okay, that's good. We have some 2s. What about 3s? We have a 3?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a 3.
All right.
Okay, what about a 4? Is that everybody else?
Okay.
Wow. Okay. Okay. Well, I just wanted to get you engaged and break the ice here, but Letha and I, we're going to be here and be able to present for the rest of the evening. Let's take a look at the agenda for today. We're going to start with the few key differences in the LA County, as well as the LACERA administered retirement plans, and give you a general idea of those 2 perspectives. We're also planning to share the difference in the medical, dental, and vision plans as well. We'll go over the member and dependent eligibility. Then we'll corner into a high-level overview of the re-enrollment process that we have here. And we'll briefly discuss the benchmark plans, Tier 1, Tier 2, and we'll also get into some Medicare basics. And finally, we'll close it out and button it up with Medicare Part B reimbursement premium program, as well as our strategic focus. So let's start out by outlining a few of the differences in the LA County plan, as well as the retiree healthcare plan. And we want to center our focus on how we want to direct members and how we want to have members to look at this going from the active environment to the retirement environment. There are a few things they have to consider when they do that. One thing is you really have to pay attention to on the active side, our members have access to what's called an annual open enrollment. That's something that's offered on the active side of benefits. They also are used to or accustomed to the monthly benefit allowance as well. And they're used to those very popular Delta dental plans that we hear about so much. I want Delta Dental. I want Delta Dental. And typically they have more carriers too on the active side of things. So if we turn that coin over and say, okay, now you're in a retiree environment, things are a little bit different. We do not have an open enrollment, although we do send out annual packets just to update members on any changes or any premium updates in our premium rate booklet. That goes out every year, and that's effective July 1st of every year. We do not have a monthly benefit allowance on our plans because our premiums are set. It's packaged in the premium rate booklet, so it's already accounted for there. We do not have Delta Dental, but we have Cigna Dental and Vision, so it's important that members do understand that transitioning from active to retirement, it's not going to be the same. It's not verbatim what you had before. There's going to be a few adjustments, but yet we do accommodate our members and providing them with an adequate, well-rounded benefit program. So next, I'll turn the presentation over to Letha Williams-Martin to talk about some eligibility items. Letha?
Thank you so much, Tiana. To Chair Robbins, the trustees, the executive office, and to my colleagues, my name is Letha Williams-Martin. I've been with LACERA almost 11 years, and I am currently a senior retirement benefits specialist in retiree healthcare, where I supervise the call center. I have an extensive healthcare background in the public and in the private sector. Let's look at the plans that are offered through retiree healthcare. So our non-Medicare plans are the indemnity plans, which is Anthem Blue Cross 1, Anthem Blue Cross 2, and Anthem Prudent Buyer. Our HMOs, which are our health maintenance organizations, are Kaiser, United Healthcare, and Cigna Model Network plans. Our Medicare plans that we offer, in order for a member to be able to enroll in this plan, they must have Medicare Part A and Part B. Our Medicare supplement plan that we offer is Anthem Blue Cross 3. Our Medicare Advantage plans are Kaiser Senior Advantage, United Healthcare Medicare Advantage, SCAN, which is for California, Arizona, and Nevada, and those are zip code driven. Also, Cigna Medicare Select RX plan, and that was in Arizona only, but effective July 1st of 2025, that plan will be closed. If there's any questions, please stop me. Myself or Tiana will be able to address those. Retiree healthcare, our dental and vision plans, Tiana spoke just briefly about that, which is our Cigna Indemnity dental and vision plan. And we also offer a Cigna HMO dental and vision plan. So the eligibility for our members is a LACERA member who retires from LA County. And then we have participating agencies, which is South Coast Air Quality Management District, Little Lake Cemetery District, the Local Agency Formation Commission, also Los Angeles County of Education, which is LACO, and LACERA. So for our dependent eligibility, any lawful spouse, unless legally separated. We also have a domestic partner registered with the state of California, not with the county of Los Angeles, but they must be registered with the Secretary of State in Sacramento. It's also important to note at this time that a member who has enrolled a domestic partner, they will receive a 1099, a second 1099 at the end of the year because the federal government does not recognize domestic partnerships. So that's important. Members always ask, why am I getting another 1099? And why do I have to pay for that? Or why is it considered income for me? And that's because the federal government does not recognize domestic partnerships. Eligible dependent children up to the age of 26, whether they're single or married, or are eligible to be enrolled under the member's plan. Disabled children that meet all handicap criteria, legal adopted children under the age of 26 can also be added to this plan. It's important to note, I'm sorry. They would have had to have been on the plan, on a healthcare plan. Also, they have to have a doctor certification. So if they're Kaiser does their own. So they would have to go through Kaiser Permanente. They would fill out the form. Sometimes it's for a year, 2 years. Sometimes it's a permanent. So if it's permanent, then they won't have to recertify over and over again. But I believe it's 2 years, they have to certify if they are not granted a lifetime disability. You're welcome. Yes.
Do they have to have that designation before a certain age, or if they would develop a disability at 25, could they be covered, or do they have to do that before they turn 18 or anything like that?
Well, if they're still under the age of 26, they still can be enrolled on our plan, right? So I would say, and Cassandra or Leilani can correct me if I'm wrong, that a member, once they start getting to that age, that's when I would start the initial process because they are eligible until they're 26 years of age. But if they're older, let's say a member has been insuring under the active county. They've been they're 30, 35 now, but they've been on the active county side. When they're coming to retire, they should get all of that paperwork and start that. They need to be just a little proactive in that they have already started submitting these forms to Kaiser, to United Healthcare, or to the other agencies.
Can a member enroll a disabled adult child that becomes disabled after the age of 26?
No.
No, they cannot. They would have had to have been already on the plan.
Yeah.
If you have a disabled child who's been disabled prior to age 26 that was on the plan, do they age out? Does their eligibility end when they turn 26?
No.
No.
Okay, so I got it. I was reading this as though that was another limitation, but it continues on as long as the disability continues.
Correct. What we've seen from experience, when members retire for whatever reason in the past, members weren't disclosing that they had a disabled child. And they would wait until that time period when they're getting cut off and say, oh, by the way, my child is disabled. So then they have to go through the whole process from the beginning, going to the doctor, getting something from the doctor in writing on their letterhead, making sure that the prognosis lasts, was the duration of the disability or whatever. Was it lifetime? Was it temporary? And that's where the whole recertification stuff comes in. Once they qualify, if it's a permanent disability and it's determined at that point in time, that's recorded and they don't have to do anything further. Absolutely. Correct.
I have a question. Is it as far as, what the definition of disability is listed under the state and the health and safety code or whatever? I think it is that, I think that's a proper code, right? Health and safety, but there's a list of qualifying disabilities, but is there a separate policy for LACERA? Is it abided by, the county abides by what's?
Yeah.
So we usually follow behind what Medicare's definitions or whatever are, because remember, we are a senior population. So all of our plans follow behind what Medicare does. So whatever Medicare determines to be the qualifying event or the definition that they use is what we would use.
Okay, if it's Fair Employment and Housing Act for the disability stuff. Okay, great. And then I don't know if it's going to be ahead in the slide, but like veterans that have qualifying dependent care under, for their veteran status, and also Medicare supplementing later on. How does the VA for dependents? I know the VA structure is the same thing about 26, but in the event that, let's say this, like what's being described,
So if that individual is covered under the Veterans Administration as well as LACERA, then that becomes a coordination of benefits to determine who pays first, depending on whatever that plan structure is, what their coverage is, they would pay, and then LACERA may pay, or vice versa.
Gotcha. So,
And that is determined by the effective dates.
do you see that some people, that might limit people's disclosure of it? Because if you have in one party to the other, I guess, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like if.
We wouldn't know unless they apply. So, I mean, I know I have talked to members, retirees that actually happen to be veterans and under LACERA as a result of their employment. So that's where that whole coordination of benefits come in.
And the same thing triggers when Medicare.
Correct.
Medicaid, thank you.
Okay, I got a stumper here. Okay, so we have a tier 1 member. And she and her husband have a disabled child. And so prior to age 26, they get them on the plan and they're qualified for life. And now at age 80, both the member and the spouse pass away. And we now have a 50-year-old disabled child. Do they still have medical insurance?
If they would have had to name that child
When
as
they
the
retire.
beneficiary eligible for a percentage
When they retire.
of that person's retirement. If they only cover that dependent as a dependent and list the spouse and not this dependent, at the death of those two individuals, all benefits stop.
So it's incumbent upon us to make sure the member with a disabled child knows that, so they can designate the child as a beneficiary.
As a, what do they call it?
I'm not using the right term.
Option 4, what they,
Option
insurable
4.
interest.
Yeah.
Okay.
But also prior to retirement.
Yeah, right.
Correct.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you. All right.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, okay. So it's important to add that before any dependent can be eligible, they must submit all the vital documents to ensure that they are actually entitled to the benefit. Okay, we're going to talk just a little bit about the enrollment process. Members must submit enrollment forms within 60 days of their retirement or the board letter, whichever one is the latter. Otherwise, late enrollment rules apply. There is a 6-month waiting period for medical and 12 months for dental and vision. It's important to note a member can change their plan at any time, but they are subject to that 6-month waiting period if it's outside of their retirement date or the board letter, whichever one is latter. Once the documents are imaged into the member's account, an acknowledgement letter will be sent to the member automatically. So they don't have to necessarily contact us. And once we are in receipt, we highly recommend the use of the portal, right? The portal is very informative. It's vital information, and the members can see what's going on with their account. If we receive documents, it's in the documents. So we push that a lot, the LACERA portal. You heard about that a lot yesterday, the LACERA portal, and being proactive and knowing what's going on as far as your account and or enrollment process is concerned. For those who have local 1014, they call LACERA a lot, but they must contact local 1014 directly. LACERA cannot assist them with them. We do not know what their plans entail, all of the things that they offer. They have great benefits, so we don't know, so we refer them directly to local 1014. Also, if a member wishes to waive their insurance for any reason, maybe they have a spouse who's still working, maybe they've taken a part-time job after retirement, they can submit a waiver form to LACERA that they want to waive their medical and or their dental and vision while why they don't need our insurance. Now, it's important. I always tell them you need to be a little proactive. If you know that you're retiring within 6 months, you need to submit that paperwork because you're in a waiting period. And also, if you have dental and vision, you want that 1 year out. You need to do that so that you're coordinating when you are retiring, that your medical and or your dental and vision plans are kicking in once you retire.
Oh,
Yes.
Sorry. How many people actually waive their insurance?
I'm not sure
Or not
exactly how-
number,
yeah,
but
it-
roughly.
It's very
No,
few
very
members that waive the benefit. Keep in mind too, because the way that our pay structure is, most members strive to try to make 25 years. So those individuals know, more or less, with some exceptions, that they won't have to pay a portion of their premium. So very few of them waive it. Most of the ones that we see waive it are the ones that have 10 years, not, where they're paying a large portion of the premium.
may I ask a question? You talked about the 6-month wait for late enrollment. And then you mentioned something about switching plans. If I'm enrolled in one of the Anthem PPO plans and I decide I want to switch over to Kaiser or vice versa, I provide that notification at any point in time to LACERA. There's not a specified open enrollment.
Correct.
Do I then, my existing insurance continues to cover me
Yes.
for that 6-month period? And
Yes.
so the change takes effect at the end of 6 months?
Correct.
But I'm not uninsured during that time?
No, you're not uninsured. You remain in the same plan that you're in until your plan change takes effect. So let's give an example. If you submit your paperwork today, right, that you wanted to change from Kaiser to Anthem Blue Cross or vice versa, the first of the month, so we would start counting your 6 months on June 1st. Okay, so we have that time frame. So, but you would still stay in that same plan. Yeah, we don't want to have you uninsured.
What if I changed my mind during that 6 months and I say, oh, you know what? I'm happy where I am.
Okay, we ask that you would submit to us a change of heart letter, and the letter can basically just say, I've changed my mind and I wish to remain in my current plan. You sign it, date it, put your employee number or the last 4 of your social, and we will not change you.
Okay, and so then it's all just like it never happened, like a
Correct.
big eraser?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Correct, you're welcome.
Excuse me, before we move on, can you, I apologize that I don't know exactly what this means, but when you say you have to enroll in Medicare Part A and B when you go into the retirement plans?
Okay, so are you, in reference to the enrollment process, all of our members will not be eligible in Tier 1. All of the members would not be eligible for Medicare Part A and Part B. Okay, if you are eligible, we highly recommend that you do enroll because it gives you more options. There's definitely more I'd say amenities, for lack of a better word, like durable medical equipment. With Kaiser, free gym membership. It would also give you over the counter 3 months, $70 every 3 months. It'll also give you transportation. There's a lot of things that come with the Senior Advantage or Medicare Advantage plans that are not necessarily under the Anthem Blue Cross plans.
So can we go back to page 7 for a moment?
Sure.
So it says Medicare plans, I guess, parts A and B required.
Right.
So is this supplement when somebody turns a certain age? Like if you go into Anthem 2, for example, or regular Kaiser, when you turn a certain age, are you then required to apply for A and B Medicare?
So 3 months prior to your 65th birthday, LACERA will send out a letter saying you or your spouse is turning 65 and are you entitled to Medicare? The members will, if they are, they will find out what their eligibility is at that time. If they are eligible, then they'll enroll into Medicare Part A and Part B. If they have at least 40 quarters, which equates to about 10 years of service, then Part A will be free for them. And then they would have to pay the Medicare Part B premium. LACERA will reimburse, Tiana will talk a little bit about that later, but LACERA will reimburse the $185. That's the maximum. If you're high earning and you have IRMA, which is the income related Medicare adjustment amount, you are responsible for that. We will pay the maximum up to $185.
And what's the maximum it could go up to?
Right now, it's $185 is the Part B reimbursement.
Even if you're-
And the Part B premium.
Even
Okay?
if you're high earning?
That's IRMA. So I don't know what it could be based on that would be through Social Security would tell you that information.
I think it's close to $2,000 a month.
Yes, that's what I'm hearing.
Right.
So
So you're not required to sign up for Part B. And you would be if you wanted to get into one of these Medicare Advantage plans. But if you stay on a PPO kind of a plan, you aren't required to sign up. LACERA doesn't require you to sign up for Part B, correct?
If you're in Anthem, Blue Cross, 1, 2, or Prudent Buyer, you can remain in that plan after the age of 65. Now, keep in mind, right now, we're talking about that there is right now a $1 million lifetime maximum. Effective July the 1st, it's 1.5 million, right? We already said that you can be, any illness can propel you to that 1.5 million very quickly. So if you don't take, if you're eligible and you don't take it, but you say 5 years later down the line, now I need it because I want these other plans, you're going to be assessed the penalty, right? For every year that you did not enroll when you became eligible. And that could be, if it's 5 years, 50% of whatever your benefit is. And if you don't receive a benefit, then it's going to be out of pocket. So those are things that you really want to consider. What can happen is if you have Anthem Blue Cross 1 or 2 or Prudent Buyer and you're eligible for Medicare, you can use both of those, right? Medicare would still be your primary, but what would happen is when they do the billing, they will send the bill to Medicare first. And then if Medicare covers it, then they will send the remaining to Anthem Blue Cross, and they would pay as a secondary payer, not a supplement, but as a secondary payer. And then that would slow you from reaching your lifetime maximum so soon.
Right. I understand all that. I'm just talking about it's not mandatory. To enroll in the Medicare Advantage plans, a requirement of those plans is that you also have coverage through Medicare A and B.
Correct.
But to stay enrolled in the other plans, while there may be financial or other reasons why it makes sense to do that,
Right.
you're not required to do that to be eligible for those plans. Correct?
Well, okay, so let's use this as an example. A member who is in United Healthcare, okay, at the age of 65, they must change if they don't have Medicare Part A and Part B. They can't remain in that plan.
But United Healthcare is not an HMO, correct?
It is an HMO.
I'm sorry, not a PPO.
No.
Right. And so that's what I was getting at. In order to, if you're in one of the PPO plans, you can remain in those after the age of 65.
Absolutely.
And you can sign up for Part A, which is free. But not sign up for Part B if for whatever reason you don't think that makes sense for you.
That's correct.
But in order to sign up for the Medicare Advantage plans, which includes United Healthcare, or the HMO
Yes.
side of things,
Yeah.
they require you to be in both Medicare A and B.
Correct.
Because they get reimbursed from the Medicare system for part of the cost, I assume. That's why they require it.
They get they get
They get-
what they call it? Capitation.
Right, right. And they want both of those capitations. They don't want just the Part A one, they want the one for Part B as well.
Right.
Yeah.
And then also we have the Anthem Blue Cross 3, which is not an HMO plan that requires both A and B.
I think it's also important to highlight the penalty if you choose to join Part B at a later time.
Okay.
So if you hit your, $1.5 million cap, or you're coming near it, and then you decide to change into Part 3 or into Blue Cross 3, and it's been 10 years, there's a 10% penalty.
Every year that you were eligible but did not take Medicare. So that's not a one-time penalty. That's a lifetime penalty that you get that additional 10%. So for example, right now it's 185. It's 10% on top of that the individual.
So that would be, 10 years later, you'd have 100%.
100%. I've seen members that had to pay 100%
And that's
penalty.
based on whatever the IRMA calculations are.
Well, IRMA is on top of. So that's an additional cost. So it depends on where they fall far as their tax bracket.
Mhm.
There's different dollar amounts for that income amount.
And that 10% per year is applied
Is
to
equivalent
whatever that
to-
IRMA is.
No, it's Trustee Kehoe, it's applied to the basic
Yeah.
Part B premium. So that,
Yeah, so
10%,
just,
yeah.
which is 185 right now, right?
which is in
So
20
the 10% is only on the 185. So if you decide to join at age 75 instead of
Part B
65,
premium.
you would pay double 185 per person that didn't do that.
Exactly.
Even though that you might have a IRMA on top of it.
Right.
Okay, well, that's good to know. Thank you.
Correct.
Okay, so, excuse me, 10% until you reach 100? Or does it
No,
go
it
to
depends on
110?
the number of years. If you wait 3 years, your penalty is 30%.
Right, but let's say you pay 100% because you waited 10 years. What if you wait 11 years? Is it 110%?
They're
Oh,
Correct.
it's okay.
Yeah.
It is? It
Correct.
just keeps going. There's no limit.
each year, even though, yeah.
Okay, okay. And can somebody just clarify for me what the difference is between Part A and B, what it covers, just generally?
Part A is hospitalization. Part B is medical, which can cover your doctor's visits, your specialists, your laboratories, your physical therapy, your occupational therapy, your DMA, right, durable medical equipment, thank you. Those are the things that would be covered under your Part B.
And just one point of clarification through the chair, Trustee Fessler, and I know it's a really good discussion. One of the comments was made that the requirement to sign up for Medicare Part B isn't required. And this was covered, the tier. So for Tier 1, it isn't, but for Tier 2 is mandatory. So I just want to make sure, because we're in a public meeting, that there's, both tiers have different requirements. So for Tier 2, it's mandatory.
Right.
Thank you.
Then they'll get into that a little bit more.
And
Anybody that is
Tier-
Tier 2. must-
not tier, I'm either. Part A. I keep hearing people say signing up for Part A and Part B. If you aren't if you don't qualify for Part
So tier
A and
one,
B,
tier one.
Everybody's eligible for
You don't
B.
have to go on Medicare.
no, everybody's eligible for A.
Right.
Two.
You have to be qualified to get free A. You can buy it, but we try to encourage the members, particularly those that have paid into Social Security for 10 years. If they're eligible for it and it's free, take it. Why not?
Okay, so those of us who don't have 10 years weren't qualified for it anyway.
Well, we paid hit.
You'd have to pay, well, they could buy Part A, but it's prorated. based on the number of years you paid into Social Security. So instead of, say, for example, if Part A premium was $700 a month, but you paid into it for 5 years, your portion that you would have to pay would be prorated that $700. So you might pay $500 as opposed to $700.
But Sandra, didn't
But
we?
that's a little, we don't even try to go there with the members. We don't encourage them to go out and buy it if they're not eligible under tier 1 because it wasn't mandated.
Well, I look at myself. I'm 15 years into retirement. I never was qualified for Social Security.
Right.
So I never bought any of that. That's why I'm on Mother LACERA to take care of my medical insurance till the day I die. And I'm okay with it.
Didn't the HIT cover that though? Didn't the HIT fix that problem? You paid into HIT though.
Yes,
Yeah, but
in 1986.
I'm old.
Years ago, you still had a portion of paying into HIT.
But,
Wow.
so we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves right here, okay?
Oh.
Yeah, we'll talk about that a little bit more because
We're getting this super confusing.
not everybody pays HIT. So we'll talk about that a little bit more.
You knew that anyway.
If I can jump in for just a second, as Cassandra and you two ladies know, I get asked this question every day. And while I listen to, I remember Steve's admonishments about giving out advice on stuff like this. The clientele that seems to be willing or wants to call me or email me and ask me, hey, Les, I'm about to turn 65. I got this letter about Medicare and yada, yada, yada. What do you think I ought to do? And I say, well, go to the LACERA website, look at the website. It does a pretty good job of explaining to you what your options are and what the coverages are. And then they always say, well, what did you do?
Yeah, why did you tell me?
And when they ask me that question, I have to tell them what I did. And I say, I joined Medicare when I turned 65, and I stayed in Anthem Blue Cross 2. I did not move to the Medicare supplement plan. Well, why? And then I have to explain to them why I didn't move to that plan, because the benefits are a little bit better in 2 than they are in 3, because if Medicare doesn't pay, and you're in 3, you ain't gonna get but in 2, there are some things that Medicare will pay for but I should say that Anthem Blue Cross 2 will pay for, which are a little bit better, and the out of the country coverages are better. Not that that's a big deal, but the downside is you don't get any reimbursement on the Part B premium. So you eat the whole part. So that's what I always said. Okay, that answers right there. Thank you very much. But it's complicated.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. And it's a personal choice for every individual. You have to look at it from your perspective and what your needs and the needs of your family are.
And they'll ask me, well, why did you join Medicare? And I say, because I don't want to pay the penalty. We don't know what's going to happen with healthcare in this country down the road. We could all be in a Medicare type plan 10 years from now, and I'm hoping I'm still alive at that point. But yeah, I mean, I just say, you want to pay the penalty, then that's fine. But, and I've got retirees that don't want to pay the Part B premium. So, because they're higher wage earners and that Part B premium, $600 a month, and they don't want to pay it. So that's the top end of something.
Sometimes when you look at it, it's either you pay it now or you pay it later. And I say that because, again, we don't know what's going to happen. And if we have to change plans at some point, we have to realistically look at all of our options and why are we choosing what we're choosing at the time.
And we actually see that now. I mean, because we have the tier 1 people that say, well, I don't need Medicare. No, you don't. But if you don't take it when you're eligible and you later decide, because times have changed, to go back and get it, you're going to pay a higher cost for that. So yeah, it's a balancing act. Do you want to chance it or?
Okay. Thank you for all of that feedback and the comments. What happened?
quick, I'm so sorry.
just
but
what-
I know it is what it is, right? It's, you can't, you know, so, but I know legislative, we can change a lot of things, right? But
Yeah.
what are options? I'm sorry to interrupt, but, you know, yeah, it's there. You know, we're talking about this. These are issues, right? Problems. They draw concerns. That's a lot of pressure. You know, like Les said, he called it because he's like, well, you know, the uncertainty. So how do we make it certain? How do we make it? I know legislatively we can change, you know, the cost later or you know, but that's a big draw. But what you know, we're in the problem identification business or we're in the problem solving business. How do we solve that problem or issue?
So what we've done, we've kind of changed the manner in which we try to educate our members, particularly those tier 1 individuals. Before, yeah, you don't have to have it. However, we encourage you to take it, especially if you're eligible for it. Take it, try it first, see how it works for you. And if you decide later you don't want it, no harm, no foul. But if you do it the reverse, you're going to definitely be out of pocket for more money.
Would it be just great if they didn't have to
Make that decision.
at that moment? There's a lot to think about when you retire, right? So, yeah.
One
No,
of the
no.
many things.
Right. So, I mean, you know, was there any political, well, I mean, is there anything that can be done about it? Or it literally has to come top-down legislation change then?
Years ago, the county did entertain the thought of how much would it cost if we were to pay for the Medicare for those people in tier 1, but it got dropped real quick, so.
Okay, now we're moving to the premium costs and the,
I just have
I'm
one more
sorry,
question.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. So this is what concerns me. It is complex and it concerns me that we allow, or whatever word we want to use, people to retire electronically online. So how does that, I know we have videos, but sometimes, and I haven't looked at the videos to be fair, and I definitely will. So maybe I'm asking too soon. But I mean, I just want to ensure that everybody understands what they're getting into before they push that button.
Again, a lot of our stuff is on the website. Once individuals' names are placed on the board agenda for your board to approve their retirement, we send them out a packet as well that explains the healthcare program, the plans that are available. This very stuff that you're seeing here is all in that booklet. Beyond going and sitting next to them and having them do it that way.
That's what we need though. I mean, that's what, I mean,
Trustee,
If I may, yeah. So that we do counseling. So, you know, there is an explanation at a semi-detailed level. And I say semi-detailed because there's a clear line and I'll explain that line in a moment. But we go over all the plans, what's in the plans and the basics of the plans as part of our retirement counseling. Now, not every single member takes advantage of retirement counseling, but a good chunk of them do. Come in and sit down and go one-on-one or do a virtual session with us one-on-one. So we go through that with them. We walk them through. They start to share certain bits of information and there's clear trigger lines. We bring retiree healthcare to get into the more detailed things. For example, I was having a sidebar conversation with Tatiana about how does member services handle the disability issue that came up earlier with a disabled child, right? And, you know, Tatiana confirmed to me, yeah, that's one of the trigger points. When we get to that, we get retiree healthcare involved and they get deep into it. So we also cover it in our webinars at a high level. So, you know, the Medicare and when that's there. And there's a detailed process that goes back and forth between member service and Cassandra on what should be covered and at what level it should be covered. So that we make sure that we're communicating with our members. And we just got done going through that whole process fresh and standardized the counseling. And I believe the staff has been trained and they're almost ready to start that In June. Yeah, the refreshed training that's, standardized. So there's a lot of back and forth. We do everything. The other thing that they're doing is they do articles in the Spotlight in Pathways. It's actually Pathways is a more appropriate one for that. And that's going to be increased over time. And then also the team is working on an online enrollment form.
That's where I was getting ready to go.
Sorry, do you want to talk about that instead
Go
of me?
ahead, you got it.
Okay. So the team is working on an online enrollment form, which will have tips as they go through that process as well. And then in addition to that, there's also a comparison guide that they're looking to compare the current county plans to the LACERA plans. So there's sort of like a guide to transition from one to the other, what's closest to and what the differences are. So there's a lot of effort that goes into trying educating members. They're being Retiree Healthcare is there to ask questions, and members are often referred over to them for those questions.
Yeah. And then we also are working along with Kathy and Ganesh's team in the systems. So when members are going online to fill it out, there are edits in there and pop-ups, either disclaimer or telling them to contact us. So then that way the member knows that, I need to find out what's going on.
Any other questions? Okay, all right. So let's talk a little bit about the county subsidies. After 10 years of service, the county will subsidize 40% of a member's medical and/or dental and vision premiums. After each year, an additional 4% will be added to that, culminating with 100% at 25 years of service. Now, just because you reach 25 years of service, we hear this all the time, that my medical is free for life. And although you have reached 25 years of service, depending on the plan that you choose at retirement is going to dictate as to whether or not your premium is covered at 100%. I'm going to just give you a little bit of a tidbit on the next slide. So the benchmarks are set by Anthem Blue Cross 1 and 2. They're the same price, so it doesn't matter. Anthem Blue Cross 1 or 2 sets the benchmarks for all of our plans that we have. I'm not necessarily talking about the Medicare plans. I'm talking about the HMO plans, and I'm also talking about our PPO plans. So if you look at the slide, it says for 2025, the amount that they will cover for one member is $1,584.80. For a member and a retiree, the benchmark is $2,857.90. Any plan that exceeds the benchmark, the member is going to be responsible for. Currently, those plans are United Healthcare commercial plan and our Cigna network model plan. Now, I thought that it was important for me just to share just a little bit because the premium rate for United Healthcare has increased by 12% for 2025, and that rate becomes effective on July the 1st. So I wanted to tell you what the members would have paid in 2024 to June 30th of 2025, and going forward what they would pay. And then I'm going to tell you how the board has given the members an opportunity to switch. So in 2024, the benchmark was $1,477.12. The premium cost for United Healthcare was $1,503.18, which meant that the member was responsible to pay $26.06. That was from July 1st of 2024 to June 30th of 2025. Now, here we are on 2025. beginning July the 1st, here is the premium rates for those same United Healthcare members who have not changed any plans, but due to the increase. So the amount that you see on the screen, the $1,584.80, the premium rate for United Healthcare is for just the member, $1,696.70, meaning that now the member is paying $111.90, whereas just a couple of months ago, they were paying $26.02. Okay.
But each contract cycle, right, that this retiree, and correct me if I'm wrong, when fringe, whether it's at SCIU or CCU is developed, that fringe increase in retire with healthcare monies and whatnot goes up with this also, does it not? Meaning that July 1st, effective July 1st, if there's an increase into that county fringe payment to the active member, it also transitions to the, so if I have 100%, I'll still get that same rate, correct? So they chase each other. Does that make, am I making sense?
No, no.
Okay.
Yes, you're making sense. And the answer is no. It's yeah, I'll help staff out here because they all they all want to jump in on this. The totally separate negotiations. We negotiate separately with the providers, and so our benchmark rate that we negotiated, those other providers went higher as part of our negotiations. We had met with them and let them know the consequences of their decision making, and they still proceeded to do that. And now with that, the members have the ability to pull out. And we also do it a little different than the active member, where there's a 6-month window. So at any point, somebody can say, I just want to change plans. Yeah. So it's not the October, we're used to October, but they can say, hey, I want out and I want to change. So what we did as a board was we waived that and gave people the ability to pull out without having to do the 6-month in order to avoid that increase in fees. So there's stronger consequences to these other plans if they choose to raise their rates above what the benchmark rates are.
And like Les, I need to answer to my constituents, like with the boutique plans, like 1014, for example. So it's a very robust plan, but it also that comes with a cost. And so, but if I have a 25-year employee and I'm getting that subsidy through LACERA as a retiree for that cost, how does that apply? So when I get asked from my membership, what they're, I mean, how is that fixed rate regardless of plan, or is there mirroring that occurs?
I'm not familiar with how the 1014 is negotiated, so maybe that's something that you deal with.
So when we get 1014 rates, they know at least May at the latest, your board or whoever approves your rates. We communicate with them to let them know what our benchmark premium is. And so historically, with the exception of one time, 1014's rates have stayed at or below, just below that benchmark amount.
For retirees, for retirees only.
And well, your 1014 plan as a whole, including those that cover dependents and all of that.
For retirees, but the active
that's
is
totally separate.
Totally separate.
Right.
Thank you.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to just also give the member and the spouses what their new premium rate will be effective July the 1st. So for a member and spouse, remembering the benchmark is $2,857.90, but United Healthcare's premium rate is now $3,100.27, making the member's premium responsibility at 25 years $242.37 as opposed to last year's where the member was paying for the member and one dependent $82.62. Trustee Kehoe's mentioned already that the Board of Retirement has given a one-time waiver to those members who are in the United Healthcare and they wish to switch their plans for whatever the reason, especially with the premium rate. They will have from the time that the letter is going out next week, I believe the letter is being sent out, until September the 15th to change their plan without a waiting period. After that, September the 15th, they have not responded or sent in their enrollment forms to change the plan. They will be subject to a 6-month waiting period. Any questions?
And when you're talking about that communication, you're talking about to these plan people about their rates in comparison to our benchmark and the issue with that, right?
Yeah, the problem is that it, like when you look at Cigna, the rates for Cigna keep going up. The membership in Cigna keeps going down. And the ones who are remaining are the more costly ones, of course, because they're dealing with medical treatments and things. So the concern is that the same thing happens with United Healthcare, where people start pulling out and those costs go up, and then you just have this spiral like that. So they have control over their rates, and ultimately they have to decide on what their best business decision is. But it's important for them to understand that's how we work, and that those are the consequences to their decisions if they raise those rates above the benchmark.
And if you mentioned Cigna, I do have the data on that as well. So a member, just the member with greater than 25 years or more, the monthly premium rate is $442.47 per month. That's just the member. Last year, 2024, it was $417.21. So not as significant, but you can see that it's definitely on the rise. Also, for a member and dependent, one dependent, for 2025, it's $803.20. Last year, that same amount was $757.34. So definitely to Trustee Kehoe's, yes, we keep seeing them going up, and that's United Healthcare and the Cigna Model Network Plan. All right, you guys have asked some wonderful questions. And so my question now is a member with 25 years of service guaranteed that they will never have a premium? No, I was hoping that that would be the answer that we said. I will turn it back over to Tiana for the final.
Thank you, Letha. Okay, where's the clicker? Okay, let's move on to the topic of Tier 1, Tier 2. We kind of mentioned, some of us have already mentioned Tier 1, Tier 2. So just to define the Tier 1 member is the individuals that are hired before the June 30th, 2014 date. You also want to keep in mind that for Tier 1 members, they're not required to enroll in Medicare. It's optional. Although typically there's some individuals who may qualify for Medicare earlier, because it's usually at the age of 65, as all of you know. But typically some of them may qualify sooner, and we'll discuss that in a later slide. The retiree, the spouse, and the registered domestic partner and their eligible dependents, including children and stepchildren, they are also entitled to the subsidy for that Letha mentioned, the subsidy up to the benchmark rate. And the benchmark rate is based on our Anthem Blue Cross 1 and 2 plans for medical, and the Cigna indemnity dental and vision plans. Now, earlier we were talking about the HIT tax, right? So if you notice on the slide, we have a group of individuals hired between January 1st of 1983 and April 30th of 1986 who did not pay into Social Security or pay the HIT tax. So those individuals, when they qualify for Medicare, when they are reach retirement age, they would have to pay for their Part A, which is usually free for those who do qualify for Medicare. I'll use myself as an example, and everybody else who's just entering LACERA's system. They have to pay the HIT tax. I have to pay the HIT tax. So when I retire, my A will be free. On the flip side of that, someone like Cassandra would not qualify for that. So she would have to pay her Medicare Part A. Now moving on to the Tier 2 members. Those are the individuals who are hired after the June 30th, 2014 date. For the non-Medicare plan, their particular benchmark rate is based on Anthem 1 and 2, but when they become Medicare eligible, Anthem Blue Cross 3 is actually the benchmark rate for those plans. They also may enroll their dependent children as well, but they'll have to pay those premiums because we're not subsidizing those members under Tier 2 for Tier 2 members. We're not subsidizing their dependents. Now, when the member becomes eligible for Medicare, they are required to enroll, and we kind of discussed that already. They must enroll in the Medicare plan. If a Tier 2 member fails to enroll in Medicare Part A and B when they first become eligible, they will be terminated from the Tier 2 retiree healthcare program. And any individuals who decide to enroll at a later date, they'll be subject to the waiting periods that Letha talked about earlier. Now, when it comes to the Part B reimbursement, we're only reimbursing one Part B reimbursement per membership for a Tier 2 member. That's the retiree or survivor in the event of the retiree's death. So there's only one. Under the Tier 1, we will reimburse for up to 2 parties.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
I'm not understanding what that means where it says Anthem Blue Cross 1 and 2 not eligible for Medicare.
Right. That's in reference to the benchmark rate that I mentioned. So the benchmark rate for Tier 2 members are for those individuals for the non-Medicare. So for the non-Medicare plans, it's Anthem Blue Cross 1 and 2, just as with Tier 1. But once the Tier 2 members become eligible for Medicare, reach that Medicare age, then the Anthem Blue Cross 3 plan becomes their benchmark.
Just benchmark is the amount that the county will pay up toward your LACERA insurance premium. Correct? So what you're saying is that prior to being eligible for Medicare, so like before you turn 65, if you were retired.
Eligible.
Yeah, that the county will pay whatever has been established under Anthem 1 and 2. But once you become eligible for Medicare, the amount the county pays is now tied to what the premium is for Anthem 3.
Correct.
So is Anthem 3 more expensive or less expensive than 1 and 2?
It's less
expensive.
because
So-
you have Medicare and it's a cheaper premium. It's a
So you're gonna pay no
supplemental.
matter what. If you're in Tier 2 and you want to stay in Anthem 2,
You have to be pre-65,
okay, let's say you turn 65, you have to
then
get
you have to go to
Medicare.
3.
You can't stay in 2?
No,
No.
not with Tier 2.
It's mandatory that you enroll in Medicare and enroll in one of our LACERA administered Medicare Medicare Advantage plans.
Oh, okay, thank you.
That was part of the reasoning of the mandated Medicare, because it's forcing these individuals to go to the more reasonable cost plan.
Cost effective.
Then they get different coverage than the tier one people.
No, the benefits are all the same.
Same.
Once you become Medicare eligible as a retiree, your Medicare is primary. So they'll pay the 80% that you heard them speak about earlier today. And then Anthem would pay the 20%. So between the two, the member will have 100% coverage for the covered benefits.
Right, but Anthem Blue Cross too, isn't it more flexible or have different opportunities than?
That one
Anthem
may
Blue Cross?
cover things that Medicare would not cover. However, again, with tier two, the county has implemented the tier two in 2014, and so it forces all of those individuals to move over to a Medicare plan.
Thank you.
Now that we've covered a few of the plan options and eligibility criteria for Anthem 1 and 2 retirees, we're going to shift to Medicare.
Tuna,
Yes.
I may, would you mind
Go back.
backing up? You didn't, I think, you didn't get a chance to talk about the premium subsidy applying only to the retiree and not the survivor. Or did you? Oh, my apologies.
No worries. I think I did, yeah. Let's see. Back. Medicare. We got one more. Okay. So if we take a look at Medicare, we first want to really understand exactly what is Medicare and how it ties into LACERA. Medicare is a federal health insurance program, which means that it's a program that is a U.S. that's backed by the U.S. government, of course. And so if a member happens to move out of the U.S., Medicare is not covered. It's not a covered benefit. Medicare is also what's called a fee-for-service healthcare system, which means that you have a group of doctors and providers that provide services to members as they're rendered. So hence the name fee-for-service. We also, I wanted to touch on the Medicare eligibility requirements that are typically for people over the age of 65, but there's some individuals who qualify under certain circumstances who are under the age of 65, certain disabilities, and also any age if they have permanent kidney failure. So what our members like to know is, how does LACERA fit into all of this? That's fine, Medicare is fine, but how does LACERA fit into this? Well, LACERA requires the proof of Part A and B, as we've mentioned today here. And they also will require in certain circumstances the Social Security and eligibility letter. And they ultimately, to satisfy the Part B, our Part B premium reimbursement program will also require proof that a member pays a Part B premium. The Medicare Part B premium reimbursement program. This is our unique program that's very unique. You can't go anywhere else, at least in my experience, where you can get reimbursed for your premium, for your Part B premium. So that makes this a very unique program. What's important to remember about the Part B reimbursement program is that it's subject to annual approval every year by the Board of Supervisors. So we have every December, we wait for the approval so that we can send our notifications out for the Part B reimbursement program. Tier 1 members will receive up to 2-party Part B reimbursements. I mentioned that before as well. But under Tier 2, the members the member and the survivor will receive the Part B reimbursement. So there's only one reimbursement per family for Tier 2 members. If a member pays a Part B reimbursement, Part B premium that's lower than the standard rate, excuse me, they are required to provide their annual verification in order for us to make that adjustment so that we can reimburse them appropriately. So,
Just one thing that I wanted to make sure, if we're reimbursing a member, they cannot be reimbursed by any other agency.
yes, I'm gonna get to that. Sorry, Lita. So, and you're right. So if a member, and that's on the next slide, actually, on the requirements. So if you're under the requirements for the premium Part B reimbursement, you must pay your premiums directly to Social Security. It's important that the member pay to Social Security. So from the member's hand to Social Security, you can reimburse them on your Social Security check, or you can reimburse them on through a direct bill. Some members receive a direct billing notice from Medicare, but the member must pay that premium. Of course, they must be enrolled in a Medicare Advantage prescription drug plan with us, or a Medicare supplement plan. And they cannot be reimbursed by any other agency. They have some individuals out there that will receive help and have their Part B premium subsidized by another entity. Our members cannot receive Part B reimbursement somewhere else and also from us. Okay, this brings us to our retiree healthcare strategic focus. Within retiree healthcare, we're continuously working to improve and just develop our members' journey and experiences. And one of the focal points here is to help our members as they transition from active to retirement. I think you've heard me say that in the beginning, because they're entering something that's somewhat, in a lot of ways, multiple ways, foreign to them. A lot of times the misconception is that everything will be the same, but it will not. So what we want to do is make sure that members are clear in their decision-making. I mentioned earlier that I've teamed up with the executive team to try and work on a lot of those improvements. So we really connect with other neighboring divisions so that we could help come up with ideas to strategize and improve our members' experience. Now, I want to go back to day one when Lewis mentioned something, and it really resonated with me, and it's in line with the with our strategic plan project. He mentioned that titles, it doesn't matter what titles that we have as an organization, it's all about the collective collaboration. And that's what we've been doing the whole time throughout this project. The collaboration is key so that we can continue to improve the member's journey. And that's precisely what we're doing. How we're doing that? We're doing that through connecting with members on the active side of the aisle by partnering with LA County. We have a partnership with LA County. We're talking to LA County about how we can improve and bridge certain deficits and gaps on those things. JJ has mentioned that we're working on online enrollment. So all of this are all the inner workings of how we can improve our members' experience overall. And again, whenever given an opportunity to speak and have everyone in the room like I am today, all of us have put input and given us feedback on what they think we should try. Let's do this. And it's a collective, again, that collective collaboration that we're doing here to improve our members' experience. And one of the recent initiatives that I'm excited about is yesterday you heard from communications. We collaborated with communications, and communications was able to help us with the release of the informative videos. So I kind of thought yesterday that, oh, communication stole my thunder, but that's okay. I wanted to kind of talk it up because it was, I was beyond excited when it came to this project. I talk all the time about how I want to look at I go and view the videos. So what I want to do today is just share a snippet of the video. I know you mentioned you haven't had a chance to go through them, so you'll get a chance to see. It's a 3-minute video. It won't take that long, but we have others that I encourage everyone to go and take a look at them. And I'll start the video now. All the videos, of course, are located on our website under the video library.
Hello and welcome to Retiree Healthcare. Healthcare information can be complex, but LACERA is here to help you through the process. Whether you are retiring and enrolling for the first time, switching plans, or signing up for Medicare. In this video, we will provide information to help you make an informed decision on what retiree healthcare and LACERA administered Medicare health plan is best for you and or your eligible dependent, which to enroll in, and how to submit your enrollment forms. Program tiers. Tier 1 for those hired before June 30th, 2014, and Tier 2 for those hired on or after June 30th, 2014. Both tiers offer the same subsidy percentages and the same selection of medical and dental vision plan, and both will allow for coverage of eligible dependents. Tier 1 members. The county retiree medical and dental vision subsidy applies to coverage for retirees and their eligible dependents. Tier 2 members. In Tier 2, the subsidy applies to retiree-only coverage. You may enroll your eligible dependents on your healthcare plan, but you will be responsible for their portion of the healthcare premium. Another difference with Tier 2 is that Medicare-eligible retirees and eligible dependents must enroll in Medicare Parts A and B, and in a corresponding LACERA-administered Medicare health plan. In Tier 2, the Medicare Part B premium reimbursement, standard amount only, applies to the retiree or survivor. We will discuss Medicare in more detail later in this video. Premium subsidy. Each tier has a premium subsidy. A premium subsidy is the amount that the county will pay toward your monthly premium cost for coverage, based on the following: your completed years of county service credit at retirement, choice of health plan, and the number of eligible dependents enrolled. For Tier 2 members, these subsidies only apply to the retiree and/or survivor, and not their dependents. Regardless of what tier you're in, a member must have at least 10 years of service credit at retirement to be eligible for a subsidy. Once you have 10 years of service credit, the county contributes 40% of the premium. And for each additional year, the county contributes another 4%, up to the maximum of 100% of the benchmark rate, for a retiree with 25 years of service. Here is a helpful table to help you calculate your subsidy. Please note, if your premium exceeds the benchmark rates, you will need to pay the difference. If you were granted a service-connected disability retirement but had less than 13 years of service credit at retirement, your contribution is 50% of the monthly premium. Following are the medical benchmark plans by tier for applying for your subsidy percentage. Tier 1, Anthem Blue Cross 1 and 2. Tier 2, if you are not yet eligible for Medicare, your benchmark plan is Anthem Blue Cross 1 and 2. Once you become eligible and enroll in Medicare, your benchmark plan is Anthem Blue Cross 3. The dental vision benchmark plan for both tiers is Cigna Dental Vision Indemnity.
So I'm just going to wrap up. So here, during the beginning of our presentation, we asked you about how knowledgeable you were about the healthcare plan. I wanted to ask you the same thing as we close out the presentation. So is it the same? Is it different? I think it's a lot of ones and twos. I'm going to call it. I'm going to call it and I'm going to adjourn at this point. based on the conversations we've had. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Letha. Thank you, Tiona.
Okay.
Chair Robbins, we could either break or power through the last presentation. Okay. Okay. Okay, we'll take a break, 15-minute break, and then we'll wrap up our last session.
Recording stopped.
Our last session of the offsite is retiree healthcare rights and obligations under the 82 agreement. And I'm pleased to have Jean, Cassandra, and Leilani walk through this presentation. So with that, I'll pass it over to Jean.
Thanks, Louis. Good afternoon, trustees and LACERA colleagues. We have made it to the end of the program. Ours will be the last presentation of the day, as Louis noted. My name is Jean Kim, and I'm the Senior Benefits Counsel for LACERA. I have been with LACERA for just over a year now, which definitely makes me the newbie at this table and probably also in the room. Prior to coming to LACERA, I practiced employee benefits law for over 19 years, advising retirement plans and health and welfare plans in the private sector. In my current role at LACERA, I lead the benefits legal team, which is comprised of 2 other attorneys and 2 paralegals, and we generally advise on any legal issues that arise with regards to benefits administration and the interpretation of SURL and PEPRA. Presenting with me today is Cassandra Smith and Leilani Ignacio, and I'll have them introduce themselves.
Hello, I'm Cassandra Smith. I'm your retiree healthcare director. I have been at LACERA since 1985. I was fortunate enough to be in the right place at the right time when I was 5 years old and got hired on at LACERA. I've been the director over the program since 2010, so it's about 15 years now that I've been doing this. So I enjoy it. I went through actually getting my nursing license and everything, but then decided to switch over to the administrative side, hence my 5-year-old employment. So, Leilani.
Thank you, Cassandra. So good afternoon, trustees and everyone. My name is Leilani Ignacio, and I'm the Assistant Division Manager in Retiree Healthcare. Just like Cassandra, I also started when I was 5. So I have a total of 35 plus years with the county, 27 years with LACERA, 7 years in the executive office, and 20 years in retiree healthcare. I know that yesterday we talked about the tuition reimbursement program, so I wanted to say that I'm also proud that I was a product of that program. Yes. Turn it back to Jean.
Great. So today we will be presenting on the retiree healthcare plan and the rights and obligations of LACERA and LA County under the 1982 agreement and its subsequent amendments. So the 3 foundational agreements that set out the key legal obligations of LA County and LACERA with respect to the retiree healthcare plan are the 1982 agreement, the 1994 amendment, otherwise known as modification number 1, and the 2014 amendment, otherwise known as modification number 2. These agreements have been in place for quite a while now, so you may be wondering why we're presenting on this today. Well, first, we wanted to provide you with an overview of the legal framework that is the foundation for the retiree healthcare plan. And then also we wanted to provide you with our perspective on the legal rights and obligations that flow from these agreements and tie that to what we currently do, which is why this is a joint presentation by legal and the retiree healthcare team. So in our presentation, we will be going over the following. For each of the 3 agreements, Cassandra will provide some background context regarding what was going on prior to the agreement. So what were some of the concerns and issues at the time that ultimately led the county and LACERA to come together in 82, 94, and 2014. I will provide a summary of some of the key legal obligations of the county and LACERA under each of the 3 agreements. And then Leilani will provide a summary of the benefits that are provided pursuant to the 82 agreement under the Tier 1 plan, and a summary of the benefits provided pursuant to the 2014 agreement under the Tier 2 plan. We will close out with some answers to commonly asked questions with examples. And with that, I'll pass it to Cassandra to kick it off and talk about the background of the 1982 agreement.
Thank you, Jean. Good afternoon. Yes, why are we doing this? It's our fiduciary duty that we understand and administer this program as it was designed and for the benefit of our members, while at the same time trying to protect the county as the plan sponsor. In our ability to do that, a little bit of the history will help, especially the new trustees. In 1971, the Board of Retirement was the one that actually created the retiree healthcare program. At that time, the program was being funded by the Retirement Association through excess earnings that were being made. At that time, the cost per annual year was $11 million. Had the county known then what they know today, we currently pay approximately 61 or 62 million per month. Had the county known then what we know now, I can promise you they would not have taken the plan sponsorship from us. So in 1982, the county was in a little bind and they needed some money. LACERA stepped to the plate and provided them with 62 million in contribution relief. And so in exchange for that, the county agreed to take over the funding of the healthcare program. And there lies the transfer from LACERA to the county and where we are today. When the agreement was, like I was there, but when the agreement was signed, when the agreement was signed at that time, the plans that we had, where we have Anthem today, that plan was Occidental. It used to be called Occidental Medical. Occidental was then purchased by Providence, which then was purchased by Cigna. Thank you. We also had the Prudent Buyer Plan, which we still have today. That is our original Anthem Blue Cross Prudent Buyer Plan. We had Kaiser, which we still have today, and we had the Ross Luce Plan, which we know today to be Cigna. When we switched from Cigna at the time, because it was Cigna, to Anthem Blue Cross, that was more of a behind-the-scenes executive decision that was made to transfer because of a lead person that was on the Cigna plan. Then they went to Anthem, and so that's how we did a RFP. Anthem won out the RFP, and that's how we are today with Anthem as our 1 and 2 plan. As I mentioned, the county was in a financial bind. We gave them 62 million to prevent layoffs and such, some of the things that we hear rumbling about today. The same exact things we're back sound like in that same position. However, that is how the 82 agreement was signed.
Could I ask a quick question? The 82 agreement, did they, I mean, obviously, I don't know who was there, but did they have an actuarial study, the
Yes,
county?
They did an actuarial analysis on it. If I remember correctly, it ended up being a savings, wasn't it? Was it that one? Yeah, I can't remember, but yes, there was an analysis that was done.
So that analysis was wrong. They didn't project it.
Not that, I don't think they went this far out, or they didn't anticipate that the cost of healthcare would rise as much as it has today.
Wow. So the actual study probably had $62 million, rough give or take, over X amount of years or something.
As opposed to monthly, yeah. Wow. Jean?
So as Cassandra explained, prior to the 1982 agreement, LACERA had complete control over the retiree healthcare plan. Prior to July 1982, LACERA was responsible for the plan benefit structure, plan administration, and funding of the retiree's premium subsidy using excess retirement fund assets. So entering into the 82 agreement was a profound change in responsibilities for the retiree healthcare plan for the first time between LACERA and LA County. Here are the key obligations that the county agreed to under the 1982 agreement. First, the county agreed to provide benefits that would be not less than the benefits being provided by LACERA at that time. Second, the county agreed to take over the funding of the plan as of July 1, 1982, and to monthly advance to LACERA the premiums and death benefit payments then being paid by LACERA. Finally, the county agreed to provide retiree healthcare benefits so long as it was providing health benefits to its active employees.
In essence, what the 82 agreement also did was locked in our benefits to what they were at the time that that agreement was signed. So a lot of the questions, why can't we just do this, do that? That's the reasoning behind it, but we'll get into it a little bit more.
Exactly. In return, LACERA agreed to the following: that it would continue to be responsible for administering the plan. LACERA agreed to maintain members' cost share of the premium, essentially to not lower what retired members pay towards their insurance premiums after the county subsidy, to not increase benefits without the consent of the county, and to implement an actuarial valuation. Finally, both parties agreed to implement the terms of the agreement by the adoption of a county ordinance that would authorize the retiree healthcare plan on the terms set out in the 82 agreement, and through the amendment of SERL, making the terms under the agreement a statutory requirement. As a result, County Code 5.20.80 was adopted, and it specifically authorizes the retiree healthcare plan on the terms described in the 82 agreement. Also, SERL itself was amended. Section 31692 originally provided that retiree health benefits adopted pursuant to SERL are not vested. However, with the amendment of this section under AB 3229, for counties such as LA, 31692 now states that an ordinance that provides for retiree healthcare benefits shall remain in effect, so long as healthcare benefits are being provided to any active member. As a result of both the express language of the 82 agreement and the statutory amendment of SERL, both retired members and currently active members gained a vested right to the retiree health benefits described in the 82 agreement. So now I'll pass it to Leilani to talk about the benefits that are provided pursuant to the 82 agreement, or what is now known as Tier 1.
Thank you, Jean. As has already been previously presented to you, we'll once again go over the benefits under the Tier 1. So maybe at the end of the day, we'll test your knowledge. No, I'm just kidding. So the premium subsidy, the county premium subsidy amount applies to the member and their eligible dependents. And then Medicare is not mandated. So the Medicare Part B premium subsidy amount up to the standard rate applies to up to 2-party. And then the benchmark plans for medical applies to is the Anthem Blue Cross 1 and 2 for Medicare and non-eligible Medicare members. And the benchmark plan for the dental vision is the Cigna Indemnity Dental Vision Plan. So I turn it over to Jean to talk about modification number 1. Or was that Cassandra? Yes, Cassandra.
So the 1982 agreement was amended for the first time in 1994. That first amendment was by mutual consent between the county and LACERA boards, and it was a result of a pension bond obligation agreement. Jean, why don't you tell us what the difference of those two agreements are?
Yeah, so the key change under the 94 agreement was that the county agreed to continue to provide retiree healthcare benefits, notwithstanding any termination of the healthcare benefit plan for active employees. So whereas under the 82 agreement, the county's obligation to provide retiree healthcare was specifically coupled with its providing healthcare benefits to active employees, through this 94 amendment, the county's obligation to provide retiree healthcare is now independent of whether or not it provides healthcare benefits to active employees. So I'll pass it back to Cassandra to talk about some of the behind the scenes issues.
I'm sorry, could you back, so I'm trying to chew on this. So the 82 agreement, which revised Searle, as long as we're paying our active employees, where it wasn't there before, but over 5 million people, the sponsors have to provide retiree health care. The 94 agreement, is it strengthening it?
So the 94 amendment, I would say, does strengthen the county's obligation in that it makes it independent. So whether or not the county is providing health benefits to its active employees,
They still have to pay.
they still have to
So
provide
it
retiree
strengthens
health.
it for the
Yes.
retirees. Excellent.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, what you just went through it, I was reading, I was like, that sounds really good. So thank you.
And just a quick point of clarification, and you referenced Searle, Trustee Green, these are independent agreements. So this is independent of Searle. So these.
But the 82 agreement did change Searle.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's, thank you. I do, thank you. I understand. Thank you.
Great. So the next modification was made in 2014. Now, this is not to get mixed up with PEPRA. PEPRA started in January of 2013. This is separate and apart. This has to do with specifically the healthcare side of it. PEPRA was more of the pension side of it. So under the modification, the second modification, realizing that the benefit level and all of that we see today was not sustainable, the county started entertaining and looking at ways that they could start trying to mitigate costs. And so this is what they came up with. Jean?
Back to me. So the big change that was enacted by this modification 2 in 2014 was the creation of the Tier 2 plan. As Cassandra explained, the county was wanting to lower its retiree healthcare costs, and their solution was to create a new retiree healthcare plan with different or lesser retiree healthcare benefits than what was then being offered. Structurally, this meant that the county essentially segregated all current retirees and current employees into what would now be referred to as the Tier 1 plan, and placed all future employees into the new Tier 2 plan. So this new plan would only affect members hired after June 30th, 2014, and who became members on or after August 1st, 2014. And the two biggest changes in the benefits being offered were that, one, the county's subsidy is now calculated using a retiree-only premium as the benchmark. And so in effect, the member's spouse or their eligible dependent is no longer eligible to receive the county subsidy. And under Tier 2, it is now a requirement to enroll in Medicare once you're eligible. So specifically under the 2014 agreement, the county agreed to do the following. One, it agreed to establish the specific terms for the Tier 2 plan in a new county ordinance. This includes the eligibility requirements for both new members and their eligible dependents, and it sets out the method for calculating the county subsidy, including which plans will serve as the benchmark plan. Also, the county agreed to continue to pay the cost of the premium subsidy, and the county agreed to pay LACERA's costs for administering the Tier 2 plan. In return, LACERA agreed to be responsible for selecting the insurance carriers and negotiating coverage terms and rates. LACERA agreed to establish the rules and procedures for administering the plan, including enrollment of members. LACERA agreed to calculate the county share of the subsidy and also collect the county subsidy and the member's share of the premiums and pay these amounts to the carriers. Oh, I think I skipped one. Also, LACERA agreed to produce all member communications for the Tier 2 plan. So given that the 1982 agreement, together with the amendment of Searle, gave rise to the members having vested rights to their retiree healthcare benefits, LACERA had legal counsel review the changes proposed by the 2014 amendment before it was executed. At that time, it was determined by counsel that because the creation of the Tier 2 plan and the changes in the benefits under that plan would only affect future employees, these changes were legally permissible. And specifically, they cited case law where courts have ruled that future employees do not have a vested right in any pension benefits, which would presumably extend to retiree health benefits as well. So now I'll pass it to Leilani to describe the benefits offered under the Tier 2 plan.
Thank you, Jean. Again, this has already been discussed by Jean and Tiana and Letha, but we'll just go over the summary of the Tier 2 benefits again. So the premium subsidy amount applies only to the retiree. But if they want to enroll their dependents, they would have to pay the premium amount above the benchmark rate. The Medicare enrollment now is mandatory. The Part B premium subsidy applies now, the standard rate still or only now applies to the retiree or survivor only. The benchmark plans for medical for members under the age of 65 not eligible for Medicare are Anthem Blue Cross plans 1 and 2. And members who are Medicare or enrolled in Medicare is Anthem Blue Cross Plan 3, which is a Medicare supplement plan. And the dental vision benchmark rate remains the same, which is the dental Cigna Indemnity Dental Vision. So now I turn it over to Jean.
So as I noted earlier, the 82 agreement expressly states that LACERA may not make any changes to benefits without the approval of LA County. There are 2 key exceptions to this rule, and these are when the carrier is mandating changes, and 2, when the changes are legally mandated. So Cassandra will describe some real-life examples of when such changes have occurred.
So, as Jean mentioned, in the past, some of the carrier mandates that we have endured in the past are, for Kaiser, we used to have a $2 copay. Today, we have a $7 copay. As well as Kaiser used to offer what we refer to as the cost plan. And what that cost plan is members that were eligible for both parts A and B, there was no obligation for them to enroll in what we know to be Senior Advantage, which locks in their Medicare with Kaiser. These members used to be able to have freedom to use their Medicare wherever they wanted outside of Kaiser while still have Kaiser benefits. That plan ended in 2013, and thus now everyone that is eligible for Medicare has to enroll in the KIPSA plan. The other mandate is the federal and state mandates. Those we must comply with. So if there is a federal or state mandate, we must make those changes to our benefits. Some of those, as seen on the screen, there was legislation in 2000 with the mental health parity, which required us to make some changes to our benefits. In 2014, we had SB 1088. That is the legislation, a piece of legislation that actually allowed us to increase our eligibility age of dependents to age 26. It was not the ACA. The ACA required the employer group plans to make that change. However, in the ACA, there was an exclusion for retiree-only plans, which was why we were not allowed to without county's approval. Upon SB 1088 being passed, we were mandated to make that change, and we did so. In 2020, with SB 30, that was when the domestic partner definition was adjusted, and we began offering benefits to our domestic partner dependents. That, as mentioned earlier, though, however, the federal government does not recognize it, and thus it requires us every year for those individuals that are covering a domestic partner to send out a second 1099. So those members will get a 1099 for their pension as well as a 1099 for the taxable income for the subsidy that's paid for their domestic partners.
Through the chair, Senator, on that domestic partner stuff, I mean, I remember when the county offered, independent of any state legislation, recognition of domestic partnership. I want to say it was years earlier than this. So this SB, because that was literally a form, right? It wasn't, there was no registration or anything like that. And I think that's still to this day, you can.
On the county side?
On the county side, yeah, you can just say that, fill out the form and this is social security number, domestic partner. But this specifically deals with retirement law, right? Like
This is for the retired side.
Right.
That when we started actually making changes.
And to, I guess to Steve.
But the county, yes, the county, they can enroll, well, unless they've changed it. I haven't checked lately. But they have their own form where they can add the domestic partners on there, independent of a state registration, which is what LACERA requires. We need a state registration, not the counties. That was the distinction that the group just prior to us made. The county will allow you to enroll your domestic partner by signing up based on the form they have. Under LACERA, that form is no good to us. We need California state registration.
Because it's in Searle, right?
Well, we set that to be consistent with the retirement benefit.
Right.
Because in order for you to have a
Consistent.
survivor continuance, you have to be a registered domestic partner.
Gotcha.
Understood.
So there's no confusion between the two. We try to level both playing fields and we will follow behind what it requires for a pension, so there's no confusion.
Yeah, it's just active versus, it's basically.
That's where the distinction comes, yes. Other changes that have been made where we have interacted with the county were, as shown on the screen, when we implemented the Medicare Part B reimbursement program, but that was shortly or along with injunction with offering our Medicare Advantage plans in 1992. Again, the SB 1088, although it was legislation, we still collaborated with the county, letting them know that as a result of this legislation, we are now extending the age to age 26. And now, as we've mentioned earlier, as you know, we're in the midst of trying to remove the lifetime max for our Anthem Blue Cross plans. So that's still in the making. However, as we know, as of July 1st, we were able to get that increase from 1 million to 1.5. And we're still working with the county to try to get it removed ultimately is what our goal is. I know executive had a meeting this past week with the CEO who could not commit to removing the lifetime max at this point, but was committed to increasing it further. So we continuously are working with the county and will continue to work with the county to get it removed if at all possible. If not removed, at least up to 5 million. Okay, so more on the lifetime max. The purple line is LACERA. The yellow broken line is LA County. And Jean, you wanted to.
Yeah, I just wanted to address Lewis's earlier point about maintaining parity and this lifetime maximum benefit issue. As noted earlier, under the 82 agreement, the county agreed to provide benefits that would be not less than the benefits being provided by LACERA at that time. The agreement also specifies that there are two key ratios that must be maintained. One, the ratio of cost per retiree as compared to the cost per active member. And two, the ratio of benefits per retiree as compared to the benefits per active member. So meaning that any change to the county's cost per retired employee must correlate with a corresponding change in the county's cost per active employee. And same with benefits. And so when the lifetime max was eliminated for active members, but kept in place for retirees, then arguably this benefits ratio was not in fact being kept the same in accordance with the 82 agreement.
Thank you. So as you can see from the chart, our 1 million cap that we have today has been in effect since 1992. Prior to that, the figures that you see before that, at that point in time, those are the dollar amount that our lifetime maximum was. So in 1982, we had a lifetime maximum of $50,000. 1988, we got it up to $100,000. And in 1990, it was increased to $250,000. Well, we appreciated the 1 million. The county had ultimately in 2010, as a result of the ACA, I guess they saw that this was going to be increasing and they increased the active county benefit to 5 million. However, following the passing of the ACA in 2014, they removed it altogether per legislation for all of the active employees, while LACERA's, as of today, is still 1 million. As I just mentioned, 2025, we were able to get them to agree to 1.5 million and approve us to increase it for that. So we will be notifying our members, well, we have already notified them back in December that this was coming up, but it will take effect July 1st of 2025. They'll now have 1.5 million. The county concern is the migration of members that they believe will move if we remove that lifetime max, which the assumption being made is if that lifetime maximum is removed, everybody that's enrolled in Kaiser is going to move over to Anthem Blue Cross, which we know that that's simply not true. The members that we have in Kaiser have been members of Kaiser 30, 40 years. They're not going anywhere unless they actually move out of the state and it's not available to them. So that's one of the things that we're addressing, and we're trying to show them that this is not what's going on. Since we announced this lifetime maximum increase, we've been monitoring from the time we announced it in December until today. We have 2 members that have requested to make a change, which we can associate with this lifetime max change. So we're already dispelling the assumption that was being made by data that we are seeing from the incoming enrollment requests.
What is LACO again?
LA County. Yeah.
Office of Education, right? Oh,
No, LA County. Yeah,
It's just-
we just put LACO because we didn't want, it was
Yeah.
already a busy slide. So
so I'm sorry. So can you repeat that again? So LACERA, we're at a million. Well, we're at 1.5 now, but it was a million. But
we're currently at 1 million
Yeah.
until July
oh,
1st.
right. But in 2010, who went to 5 million?
The county, before they removed their lifetime max, they increased theirs to 5 million for the active employees.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for the active employees. Remember, LA County, when we say LA County, we're talking about active. Retiree, right. So we spent quite a bit of time on this. I don't know if I need to repeat it. I mean, you've heard it multiple times, although we're trying to drill it in your head. The Prudent Buyer Plan 1 and 2 all have the $1 million cap, which will go up to 1.5 July 1st. Our Anthem Blue Cross 3, the Medicare supplement plan, does not have a lifetime max. So there's no issue there. But those individuals have to have parts A and B of Medicare in order to enroll in Plan 3. So some of the questions that I've gotten. Can LACERA unilaterally change or enhance our benefits for the retirees? No. The answer is no. In order for us to be able to make changes, we will outreach the county, we will collaborate with them. But before doing so, if there's something that we know that could potentially save them money, is there any savings in there? We would have to do some type of cost impact. Because one of the questions that the county is definitely going to ask is, what impact will this have on us? So some of the members will call and they may ask, well, why don't you cover CPAP machines? Okay. That is not a benefit we can unilaterally change. We are able to do the lifetime max because we know the volume of people. CPAP machines is a little difficult because of privacy stuff. We don't know how many members are actually utilizing it with the overall cost that we're spending on it, but we could certainly tell them with Anthem Blue Cross how many people are impacted. And working with Anthem, we are able to tell them what percentage of increase that may cost them. Once we do that impact analysis and have that information, then we would go to the county and say, okay, we've done this. This is how much we're looking at we could potentially save, or that could be helping down the line to save money for the program. So another question that I've heard, why isn't LACERA required to go out to bid? Our board at the implementation of this program was concerned, and still, I believe as the trustees that have been on the board are really concerned about disruption to our members. Going out to bid every 3 years or so, yeah, we might see what else is different out there. However, the disruption to our members was more important to the trustees. And our members appreciate stability. I mean, who wants to be looking at having to change plans, say July, when you know you're already in the process of treatment? Yes, there is that continuity of care thing, but you're still looking at making that change. Any plan that responds to any RFP that we do, that plan would be responsible and would have to keep the same benefit level and benefits that we offer. They can't come in and say, we'll bid for this. Okay, so now we got this contract. We need to revamp your program. That can't be. The benefits that are in place today would be the same benefit that would be offered through any new plan if we were to go out to bid. And as you've heard earlier, retiree group plan, as a retiree group plan, our members are considered a higher risk, being that we deal primarily with the senior plans. And when we did the RFP in 1990, when we switched over to Anthem Blue Cross for the Plan 1 and 2, there were very little takers, very little, because of the risk and the increased anticipated costs for seniors. Question was posed to me. What happens if one of our carriers come and say that they're not going to service us anymore? Say Anthem come and say, we're not going to offer the benefits to your group anymore, which is very unlikely. It would more likely be LACERA saying, we don't want to do business with you anymore anyway. But anything of that sort would have to be in writing. Normally, the time frame, they would give you approximately 60 days. Which is not a lot of time. We would have to go out to bid to get a replacement plan. However, we do have an interim plan, again, would be Cigna, because we know that they know our group. However, they would have to go back and reassess their premium costs, because that would be a larger pool of members. And so the premium costs would adjust, but they could certainly handle and know how to process our claims because they've done it before. And if we went to them, they would be more than happy to do so. So that would be our bridge. They could still apply for the RFP, but they would be our interim plan if that was the case. But given our partnership as well with Anthem, say that was to happen, I'm sure they would work with us as well in allowing us to get that bridge those members until we get a new plan in place.
Cassandra, what would happen to the subsidy at that point?
The member subsidy, it would stay the same until we got a new plan, but then we would still have to try to stay in that same amount, because remember, our rates are on an annual basis, right? From July to July. So if that was to happen, we would try to coordinate it with that time frame, so there would be no change in the subsidy or anything, because we would still be under that same obligation. And in that example, Anthem working along with us, those rates would stay the same until we finish that contract.
Okay, but the agreement is between LACERA and the county with respect to the amount of the subsidy.
Correct.
And that agreement has it pegged to the Blue Cross
PPO plan.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So if Blue Cross comes and says, we're done with you, now there is nothing there that, with respect to the county agreement with us, there's nothing any longer to serve as that basis for that calculation. So I'm just suggesting that I would assume we'd have to go back to the county and come up with something different to act as the benchmark for the subsidy, right?
Yes, we would actually of course, be in communication with the county, letting them know that, we've gotten notice or served notification that Anthem, in this case, would not be servicing our members anymore. The collaboration with Cigna, they would work with us as well and likely honor that, the same premium amount, and we would try to coordinate it with our July 1st date. So then the rates wouldn't change in the middle of the stream for the members nor the county. So their budget, because the county will have already budgeted for that year.
Okay, my concern is the county will say, oh, this is a chance to peg it to what you pay for $12 worth of insurance. I mean, what protection do we have if Blue Cross is to walk away ever, that the county will not use that as a way to lower, to tie the subsidy to a different benchmark and put the blocks to everybody that way?
That has been entertained before.
Not
The county
surprising.
looked at changing.
Don't remember, I worked for those folks for a long time, so I can anticipate some of the squirming, yeah.
They have looked at changing the benchmark to an HMO plan.
Right.
Historically, HMO premiums have been less than
Right.
the PPO plan. So, but what we're seeing today ain't so no more. And so,
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to, is there something in the original 1982 agreement? I mean, the county agreed way back when to not provide a benefit that was less than what LACERA was providing.
right.
Can we somehow refer back to
Definitely.
what
That would be our
that-
first
how
line.
that benchmark was determined back then, and say it doesn't really matter whether Blue Cross is still in the picture. Your obligation is tied to a standard that you
In our
agreed to
agreement.
40 years ago.
In our
Okay.
82
That's-
agreement.
And also obligated to provide that under the 94 strengthening,
It continues.
Right.
right?
And also, I think that the ratios can be helpful there,
Yeah,
where the county agreed to maintain the ratio of cost per retiree versus cost per active.
okay. So there are standards that exist, and this is what I'm getting at, that are independent. We default to say Blue Cross is the benchmark, but in reality, if Blue Cross went away, there are standards that underpin that would lead to basically the same result.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, well, that's a whole separate.
Okay, no additional questions. Jean, Cassandra, Leilani, thank you so much. With that, I'll pass it to the chair for closing out the offsite.
It was an excellent meeting. Guys did a wonderful job.
I just want to say thanks to everybody for putting this on. I really enjoy these. Every one of them has been top notch, and this is no different. Seeing this presentation and new, more second time around, whatever, it just, you get a little bit more each time. Where was the question that was asked? Can you teach it? No, I'm like at a 2.5, so. But it's great. It really is, all of it.
What I learned after the presentation was I knew a whole lot less than I thought I knew. So I actually moved lower on the list, not higher.
So thanks to everybody, yeah.
Yeah, I also just want to add that I so appreciate the collaborative spirit and the energy that all of the employees bring to LACERA and to these presentations, because as we discussed yesterday, LACERA is the people, and I think we have some pretty good people. Thanks.
Just last comments on my
Any
end.
last minute comments?
Yep. Just again, the last couple of days, I want to extend a thank you to the folks that physically put the meeting together, Bonnie, our AV folks, Alex and Kyle. Yeah. And to Trustee Langton's comments, again, the groups that put the presentations together worked collaboratively behind the scenes and really did a nice job executing. So thank you all around.
With that, get out of here.
All Motion to adjourn.
If you have any questions or whatever, please feel free to reach out as usual.
We're adjourned.